already?
Yeah.
Uh,
Welcome
do you have
back, you
like a little
too.
alarm or something?
I should, but I don't. I definitely
Oh,
should. It would be the easiest, most, obvious common sense answer to it.
yeah. Oh well, you do what you got to do.
Yesterday, I was sitting here and we were at like 11 hours and 30 minutes. I was like, all right, 15 minutes, I'm going to reset. Next time I looked at the
Mhm.
screen, we were at 19 hours and 80 something minutes.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I go through those times, bro.
So,
If I'm building or if I'm doing research or if I'm doing TA, I can
yeah.
time warp 3, 4 hours, bro, easily.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll tell you what, man, Discord calls on these long highway trips makes them go so much quicker
Oh yeah.
and it keeps me alive too because I'm thinking, more engaged. I'm less likely to feel tired and start falling asleep because of the highway.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's actually really beneficial if you're driving to talk like hands free on a call. It's good. That and Starbucks has saved my life.
Caffeine is a
A
must.
little trick that I used on road trips was Pandora, and you put on comedians that you like, Kevin Hart,
Oh,
Dane Cook, whatever, and like
yep,
you could be like yawning and like trying to keep yourself awake, tired
mm,
driving, and then you put
yep.
that on, and 5 minutes later you're wide awake laughing.
Oh,
Definitely,
nice. Yeah,
definitely a little
yeah, that's a good
hack.
little tip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
There's
And
also in the Discord, there's also all of the podcasts that we've made for all of the deep dives. And
yes,
you can
Oh,
just
yeah.
download, you don't even need the internet for that. You can just download it real quick and then you can have something, that's like hours and hours of content.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'll tell
so
you what, your desert highways are like hypnotizing. Like you start going cross-eyed because of how dead straight it is. And yeah, what like windy highways are a bit easier, but a dead straight one for that long is like mesmerizing. Like you get entranced. At least I do.
No, there's
I'm not
nothing
used
but
to it.
horizon, bro. It's just flat land as far as
Yeah,
the eye can see.
it's crazy. It's crazy.
You're not gonna get
Yeah,
a
being
lot of in Miami. What you're gonna get is a good sky show. That's what stood out from
uh
Florida for me. In New York, it's just all gray all the time, but here, with nothing but blue
mm,
sky and massive clouds, and it's like super dope.
oh yeah, beautiful. The night sky in Wyoming was beautiful, like because it was just pure darkness. Like you could see so many stars. It was really cool. I think Oregon boasts that as well. They've got really dark night skies, like very low light pollution.
First time I went to the country and I saw what stars really look like, I'm not gonna lie, it was a moment.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
Growing up in New York City, you just, you know, I mean, they're
Yep.
up there, but you don't really realize until you get to the country in the middle of nowhere and look up and you
Hmm.
can see the Milky Way, and it's like, bro, what?
Yeah, yeah. Every big city has like a haze to it.
Yep.
I don't know if it's the pollute. It must be like a combo of the
Light
pollution and the
pollution.
light.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all of the pollution from like the huge highways and all the roads and the cars and everything.
Where is Gloomy? Gloomy's in the mountains too.
Oh, is
Gloomy's,
he?
yeah, but I don't know where. He's like out there by himself with like Starlink
Mm.
and a backpack.
Living out of an RV or something.
But he's still jumping in to ban people from chat. It's great.
It's great. I'm only like an hour and 11 minutes away from the entrance to the Rocky Mountain National Park. That's
Nice.
pretty quick from Denver.
Yeah.
It's not
Doge
far.
Viking said, drive safe and have a great time.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Man, these modern cars are incredible with the features like the lane assist and adaptive cruise control. It's so easy, man. It's like you just have to be there with your hands on the wheel. You don't have to have your foot on the pedal. You just have it nearby, ready to brake if you need to. But even the braking gets taken care of with the car.
Bro,
Like if
like,
something's coming up, like if the car in front, it does a better job than I do of highway driving because it notices when the car in front slows down, and it starts to put on the brakes. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? It's great. It's a good feature.
Bro,
It's not.
people are selling little rubber hands that you put on the Tesla wheels now,
Oh, right.
so
Yeah,
that
for the
so
autonomous
that the
driving.
car, yeah, so that the car thinks that you're holding the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Bro, what are we
Yes.
doing? Like,
Yeah, that's next level. That's
just in the
dangerous. Yeah.
back seat hanging out. Like, people are like putting
Yeah.
IG videos of them just hanging out in the back
Oh,
seat.
yeah. There's people that have been seen like asleep in their Tesla because of the robo driving that it has, the autonomous driving that you subscribe to. And yeah, damn, I don't know. I wouldn't trust it.
You know.
Yeah, it's scary.
Reki, it was a gift and a curse, bro. I told y'all, whenever the price goes off the screen, even if I'm trading in that direction, I consider it a loss. Because there's a little game that I play when I go to sleep at night, where it's like the game of extremes, right? Like, what's the highest I think this will go overnight? What's the lowest I think it'll go overnight? And then I set the chart up so that the price doesn't go off the screen. So yeah, my portfolio was quite excited to see price off the screen, but my initial thought was, oh, fail.
Mm.
The thing is, I
Hey, Rick.
can't, with all the stuff that we have, we can't leave it on auto. This is what happens when you put the price on auto. Yeah, I can't look at the chart like this all night.
Mm.
My bad, Hope. I think I cut you off.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I just wanted to throw out one little hint for Rick while he's driving because I have a few hours of
Yes.
sleep very often, and usually I have a particular peptide that I take, which you can't get that. It's too late. But I just
Um.
crossed this recently at a quick stop, and it's called Respawn, RESPAWN, and they're mints,
Respawn.
or gum. They were
Okay.
developed it was developed by gamers to
Cool.
have so they could have good cognition long term
Mm.
without caffeine and without sugar. It's sugar-free and caffeine-free. It's got
Wow.
like 100 milligrams or yeah, micrograms, milligrams, whatever it is of L-theanine. It's got a bunch of B vitamins. And
Right. Okay.
last time I had a 5.5 hour drive, and I was shocked. And my gave it
Wow.
to my son when he went down to, Dallas for the 4th. He said the same thing.
Mm.
It's not like you're drinking caffeine or you're wired. It's just like
Yeah.
all this awake and you're
That's
alert.
cool.
Yeah, so you might whenever you're getting gas or a quick stop or anything like that, just look.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that today. I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Yeah, and they're really good. You just eat a couple
Yeah.
of, and like I said,
Okay.
I went ahead and got it because I thought when the print was so dang small, I had to have the clerk read it to me. It was so retarded.
Mm.
And she's like,
Ah.
"Wow, this is really cool because these gamers don't wanna have caffeine because they lose their edge because they have the high and then the low,
They
and
cracked
this
them.
is
They cracked out the gamers for like years on those energy drinks. And what happens after like 5 or 6 or 7
Oh
years
yeah.
of just slamming monsters and all
oh,
it, you're too, you can't
Become
even.
adapted.
It's not. No, it's
and
not
the
even.
nervous
It's not even that. Your nervous system, like, it literally
yeah,
screws up
that's
their gaming.
Oh. Yeah.
exactly what it is, yep. 'Cause it's
Yeah.
not energy, it's your hyper activating your central nervous system.
Yeah, you
So
try
that's why
doing a
Right.
360
it's pretty cool.
headshot when you're jacked up off of 4 monsters.
Oh
Oh
god.
yeah. Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah. I
I'm gonna
don't
get
want
off
to know what I've.
the phone. Be safe.
Oh, thank you. See ya. Yeah, man. I feel like coffee doesn't quite cut it.
Oh,
Like
wait.
my
Oh,
body
I got
is.
something for you when
Yeah.
you get to Miami. Have you heard of
Yeah.
cocaine? No, I mean, I'm just playing. No, Cuban coffee, bro. Same shit. Listen, now watch.
Oh,
When you
okay.
get here, I'm gonna give you one
Yeah.
little thimble of magic
Okay.
of magic brown of a magic brown concoction that's gonna have you flying.
Damn.
Nah, Cuban coffee is
All right.
ridiculous, bro. Like, they literally, the way they
All
sell
right.
this is in a small, those small, you usually buy a cup of coffee in like an 8 ounce cup.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah.
the office size, the size for the entire office comes in an 8-ounce cup, and then they give you like 12 shots, 12 shot glasses. Everybody
Yeah.
gets a shot. That's it.
Damn.
Just a shot.
Wow.
To tell you what I
Sounds
did
good.
when I first came to Florida, heard about this Cuban coffee, so I ordered one of those, and they gave me the little shot glasses. They gave me the thing. My dumbass just puts creamer inside the 8-ounce cup and just drinks it like a regular cup of coffee. And I have never felt like that, bro. Like I felt like my heart was gonna fly out of my chest.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's intense. That's intense. Yeah, I feel bad, like sort of a little bit of anxiety. I'm like, oh, should I be doing this coffee? I just had, like one of those giant Red Bulls, Like, dude, I don't know if this is a good idea or not. But I did it, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. But I wouldn't want to make a habit of that.
Nah, you're on the
Being
road though.
so
You have to
dependent.
stay up. I mean, that's road trip
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
right? Every time you stop for gas, you get some coffee or you get something.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I get a quad shot latte from Starbucks. Grande quad shot hot latte. And that seems to do it for the morning coffee.
Have you done the fast food runs?
I've done In and Out, Five Guys, Dairy Queen,
Okay,
what
it's a
else?
nice little collection.
Wendy's, Jack
Wendy's.
in the Box. So Wendy's and Jack in the Box are so mid. They're really not that great, man.
I
So
1000% agree
they're
with you.
Dairy Queen runs rings around them. I just had Dairy Queen for lunch today, and that was really good. I liked it. In and Out's good. In and Out's like really fresh and high quality. Five Guys is just like when you're starving, it's like the best. It's like, oh man, those burgers are
Five Guys is
just
like
so
it's like
packed.
a guilt-free, like you just know it's a good burger. You know what I mean? It's not
Yeah,
that
yeah,
bullshit you get at
yeah,
McDonald's. But you do
yeah.
have to do
Oh, and
McDonald's. I mean, you gotta have that
yes, I did.
idea.
I did McDonald's, and it's like sad to say, it's not as good as Australian
No, it's not.
McDonald's. You
That's what
guys
they
have
tell
gotta
us, bro. They
you've
tell us
gotta
that
try.
they tell us the McDonald's in other
Oh,
countries are way better.
I don't know what's going on with the meat in your McDonald's, but it just tastes like it's come out of the freezer and it's been like thawed out, and it's just real poor quality, like economy beef. You know what I
Yeah, there's
mean? Like,
nothing wrong with your taste buds. That's exactly
oh
what you ate.
yeah, yeah. The beef in those burgers is just no good.
Mhm.
But all the other places seem to have it fine. It's just the McDonald's beef is just weird.
It's because of the quality,
Just tastes poor.
it's the quantity that
Yeah.
they put out, right? So
Right. They mass produce
they're
that.
just
Yeah,
cutting
yeah.
corners.
Oh man. It's just, yeah. No other fast food place has had beef as bad as McDonald's. They've really, but their fries though. I like the McDonald's fries. They're pretty good.
That's how they get you.
But man, the portion sizes at McDonald's in America is insane. Like, your medium is the Australian large, or like your small is the Australian large, and then you guys just keep going up. Yeah, I think you've got like you can supersize as well. I think
Yep.
I don't know if you can still do that, but
Yep.
not that I would do that because that's just too much.
Bro, you can tell you can have a Big Mac with as many patties as you want, but you just gotta tell them at the front.
Oh yeah, the Five Guys, like the fries that they serve, they like fill the bag up with. If you order just even just like a regular like fry,
Mhm.
they just fill the bag up with so you get like 2.5 times like what the packet can hold. Yeah. Anyway, that's kind of cool. Wow, these mountains are getting really clear now, like as I'm getting closer to them. Damn. I wish all of you guys were in the car with me right now because this mountain range is incredible. It's like
It's
Mars.
crazy how many Americans, like I said, don't ever see any of that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Especially where I grew up,
Wow.
bro. I'll be honest with you. The average person where I grew up is probably never even gonna leave the city.
Right. You know what? The Tetons were really cool. I realized after that Kanye West's Yay album from 2018, he has the Tetons on the cover. Like that's the cover art for
Yeah,
the
he went
album.
out to the country to build. He went out to the middle of nowhere
Yeah,
to do that.
right. I think he has property in Wyoming, like in Jackson somewhere
Mhm.
near the Tetons. Like I think I don't know.
Yeah,
Not
that's where the big
certain on
studio
that.
was that he flew everybody out to. Some ranch in
Right.
Wyoming.
That's pretty cool. But that was yeah. That's like that's a couple of eras ago for him. This is back when he was still with Kim Kardashian and all that. 2018 is almost 10 years ago. It's like 8 years ago.
Yeah, American fast food is like hit or miss. What you really want is street food, and then the street food
Yes.
9 times out of 10 is from other countries, anyways. So it's like
Yeah. I had some Mexican street, like what was it, street
tacos,
tacos or something, and
nice.
I had a chimichanga, I think they call it, the deep fried burrito.
Hmm.
That thing was next level, man. And this place I went to, it was like north of Portland. They serve it to even though it's like street food, like from a van thing. They serve it to you on like proper porcelain plates,
Yeah,
like that have all the like color on them, like
yeah, yeah.
they've painted onto them. They're beautiful. Yeah, I've got a photo of that because I was so blown away
There's so much street
that they
food
were
that all
serving
these
it like
like
that.
all these street trucks, like they've all got a different thing, right? Like they're all to
Yeah,
stand out from each other.
yeah. I would imagine this wasn't a typical one. Like this was more of like it was a van, but it was in like a permanent setup area,
Yeah.
and there was like park bench type tables and stuff and everyone was sitting around ordering food. It was good.
Yeah, I'm
Good
looking
spot.
for a dip down, guys, but nothing crazy. Just building structure. Right. We blew out all of our measured moves already. So you want to continue, you want to put in some good structure here. But just remember where we're at in this range. This is the range that we've been in the whole time. Right. We've had deviation plays out of this range that have been amazing. Right? Longs back into the top, shorts back into the deviations, longs back into another deviation. And so our last deviation was here, not even really deviation. We double bottomed. Bottom of the range, top of the range. Like just think of the range trading, how I tell you guys, right? If you come out of the top of the range and you don't hold and you get accepted back in the range, price seeks out the bottom of the range. So what we want to do is build structure without getting accepted back into this range officially if we can. Good thing is that we have all of this support from our trap here. And we built plenty of support. But that doesn't mean that mean reversion goes out the window. So if we go to the 15-minute, let's just go to the hourly. All right, if you look on the hourly, we've got nothing but vectors on the way up. All of market maker motivations are below. 50 EMA is at like 63.4-ish. I wouldn't want to see us come down a lot further than our old weekend trap if we're still going to keep going, which I think we are. We haven't even got to our base case yet, and we still got 2 days on this 3-day up. So this support right here is what I would like to see hold our psychological low. Market maker can take his motivations, get all of his little EMA retracements out of the way. 50 EMA will probably be up to that point by then. And then we can start to build out. But I'm just looking for a bit of a corrective move off of, obviously, this amazing move that we had today. Nothing crazy. I'm not looking to take out any lows or anything like that. But this 4-hour vector is a problem. Right? This is Cypher School 101 shit. 50% of that vector. Right? If we go back to the hourly where we were just looking at, 50% of that vector takes us right to the cyclo, right to where I want the 800 to be. right to that support that we were just talking about. But for that, we need to break some levels, and we haven't done that yet, right? We haven't gotten accepted back into this range. The most bullish would be if we stayed above that. Right? Remember what breakouts versus deviations are. So this is the top of that range. Right? Our ranges work like this. We know that support is support until it's not. Resistance is resistance until it's not. When you break out of the range, if you get accepted back into the range, it's a deviation and price seeks out the top of the range. When you break out of the top of the range, if you can hold, which is what we're trying to do right now, but the second part is if you can take out that high, then that's a breakout. Right? So 2 steps for bulls. 1, hold the top of this range. 2, take out that high. Right? If we get accepted back into this range, price will seek out point of control. Point of control is a little bit lower than we were talking about coming down to, but we have the 50 EMA, we have that support resistance, we have the psych low, we have 50% of the vector, right? There's reasons for price to stop there and not continue. But if we hold and don't break this level, then we can continue without it. Remember that mean reversion works in 2 ways, right? You get your candles, and then you get your EMAs, right? That are slower. So our traditional mean reversion is when we trade back into those EMAs, right? But a consolidation will also create mean reversion, right? Because EMAs will come up to price. It's the same when people talk about RSIs being oversold or overbought, right? When we pull up like this and we pop out, then your RSI from 0 to 100, right? Your RSI is at the top. So people assume that price needs to drop because that RSI needs to drop. The thing is that price can go sideways. While price goes sideways, that RSI resets. And so it's the same as having your EMAs come up to price. Sometimes consolidation is the dip. Right? Your consolidation, if it lasts long enough, can be your mean reversion. Which is why I tell y'all not to get too excited. Because yes, technically sometimes price has to drop, or yes, technically sometimes price needs to pop, right? To reset an RSI or to mean revert. But that's not the only way. So that's why we wait for confirmations. Make sense? No problem, bro. Pattern wise, the only thing you really have to sink your teeth into is this W that's forming. Excuse me, for those of you that like triangles, you have a symmetrical as well. Symmetrical isn't what I would lean on first, just because your W already has your directionality, right? Symmetrical is 250-50. Symmetrical at the top of the pump does have a slight percentage higher chance of breaking to the top side. But the reason that we focus on fractals is because you don't have to concern yourself with that, right? You already know you have a higher low fractal here. You know where the invalidation is. You know where the breakout is. You let everybody else worry about whether that's symmetrical or whatever. That's your invalidation for your W right there. This is your M that already invalidated earlier. And that's the level you need to break. And that's how you slowly go building out the motivation for the momentum.
Hey, D, you said that M invalidated. I personally didn't count it as an invalidation. Can you explain a little more?
This M here. What was it? Oh no, it was this one. It's not that it invalidated, it already played out. Like we came all the way down to it. The invalidation for that M was sitting here. I thought that was more macro M that I was looking at.
You were.
But this one here, right? This M, I'll show you what I mean. This small M had the same invalidation. Right? Has the same invalidation as this big one here. But this was more of a double top. Right? Which we never really even came down to the leg for. That's this measured move. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I think before you had it on the smaller time frame, and it was like almost equal highs on what you were calling the invalidation. And again, I'm only asking because I wasn't counting it invalidated.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure it out too because I really don't remember where that one was exactly.
It's right here.
So on this time frame here you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Again, it's just the high is, you know, what you said invalidated is slightly lower.
No,
And
yeah,
even
this
if-
wasn't. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. You're talking about this one. Yeah, the one where that has this line here. Yeah, but I don't think that's where that was from, though. If I'm not mistaken, that was an older line. But yeah, no, this isn't invalidated. That's still valid. That, well, the breakout of the W would basically invalidate the idea of it. But we haven't even come down to touch. We haven't even come down to make that right side.
Yeah. Again, I was giving it a little chance because I know we got weak on the M2. We should be weak, even though
Yeah.
today it's
Yep.
not showing it. So I'm kind of, you know, whatever. I'm holding in a hedge longer than I should. Well, whatever. I'm a little underwater. I don't like it. So I'm expecting to go lower. But
if
yeah,
I had taken a type 1 or a type 2 on this M, I wouldn't be out of position yet if I was shorting. So I don't think that you're being I don't think you're being irresponsible. The chart just hasn't proved it yet, you know?
yeah, unfortunately, I didn't take it there. Not earlier. I was delirious, and at 3:30 or 4 o'clock, we were dilly-dallying down low, and whatever. I had a high leverage position playing, and we got a little low, so I opened a hedge, and that whole ride up, I was in a hedge because I fell asleep.
Oh,
So
shit.
now, you know, I got like whatever,
Yeah, no, I hear
somewhat
you.
equal position. I took some profits on the long, but I'm hoping to get a little lower to close out the short at break even or whatever. And I'm not even looking to get into a profit, but less of a look. I got a nice sized position, so it's a couple thousand. But yeah, again, I'm kind of hoping to take a trip down. I just was wondering if you were feeling it's more likely to go up.
I think I'm honestly 50-50. Do we need? I think we need to come down, right? I think all the motivation is down. I also know that this created a lot of FOMO for people who didn't expect it for whatever reason, even though we literally counted down to that shit last night. But psychological low, 200 EMA, 50 EMA, 50% of the vector. That's what I would like to see happen. That's technically what should happen. The question is there too much? Is there too much buy pressure for market maker to have his way? Let's go check the book. What do we got? Lil Wall, 400 Bitcoin, nothing too crazy. We still got that cushion underneath us. Call this our July cushion. This is everybody that wants that green July, ready to buy a dip just in case. That wick earlier, though, that was quite impressive. This level of absorption, y'all, isn't normal. Like we've seen absorption on the chart before, right? I've shown you when somebody sells 50 Bitcoin and the price goes in the opposite direction, you know. But look at this. First of all, this wick was just like a 1 minute candle, right? They literally came down and hunted this guy's position. But look at this sell at the bottom. That's one of the biggest deltas that I've seen at a single price point in a long time. And what was the reaction to that candle? Or what was the reaction to 1,200 Bitcoin being sold on market? That's a crazy level of absorption. So that's the only thing that has me thinking it could hold where it's at, as long as it doesn't come back into that range that we're looking at. Right? As long as we don't come down underneath this dotted line and start turning that into resistance, market maker might not, seeming as you're on a 3-day up anyways, market maker might not have the will to throw money, to waste money, I should say, if he doesn't feel like he can drop price. Sort of similar to what happened last night.
Yeah, on the 1 minute market, they pushed us over the 50, which I don't like seeing, hoping to go down myself. But yeah, he he's been active for the last 24 hours. Like when we were down low last night,
Mm-hmm.
it was like a lot. Most candles were market maker. He was just running it up and down, up and down. But yeah, I've been dialed in watching it. I don't know. Stay biased on it. I have I get locked in one way, and yeah, I tend not to view the opposite
Yeah.
as much. You know, again, I'm aware of it, and I'm a lot better than I was. But I know in the past, it was like if I was in a wrong, like I would like be oblivious to any short positions. Now it's like whatever position.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, I want to know about it, and then at least I'm aware of the decision that could be made.
Yeah. That's good though. That means that you're taking your money seriously. Because usually what you get is people that don't want to hear anything that's counter their trade. And it's like, bro, we don't talk things into happening, right? Like price isn't going up because a bunch of people feel like it should go up. Like you should know what the opposite side is. Always. But chances are, if you're not like that in your real life, you're probably not going to be like that in trading, right? If you're somebody that can't like hear opposing positions without getting triggered on just regular everyday life shit, you probably don't want to hear anything that goes against your trade. You see the reactions in YouTube chat all the time, right? These are the guys that like freak out whenever you're an idiot if your TA doesn't match what their trade is, type shit.
Yeah. Could you take a look at the book and see if it's thin one side? I know I didn't look at it.
Mm-mm. I'd say it's equal. Where do we need to go? Let's see. Well, your concern would be invalidating this. So 646. Like 100 Bitcoin. What are you doing? No, reconnect. Yeah, I mean, for what matters to you, it's relatively thin. Like, a couple hundred Bitcoin is gonna pop that. 1,000 Bitcoin would get you to 649. 1,000 Bitcoin to the bottom would get you to 642. And we're at 645. So it's thinner to the top slightly. What's really going against you is sentiment right now because everybody's everybody right now is thinking that they should have bought yesterday and that maybe they should follow into the shit. Most conscious traders are thinking, okay, the next dip I'm gonna buy. Right? So that's why I'm interested in seeing something come down to like low, because the amount of orders that would trigger would be enough to actually do something instead of just see. I don't understand yet. Like you can feed off of FOMO, right? But not if you really want them. If you want the move, like if you want the big move for July, the rejection off of 69, feeding off of FOMO isn't going to do that. Right? What you want is to build structure and you want to come down and you want to pick up traders that missed the trade. Right? Remember, when we're trading, what we want is for the most amount of traders to be in that position, pushing, right? After we get in. We buy that sniper buy, then we want type 2s coming in. We want type 3s coming in. We want type 4s coming in. If it pops and goes, we want FOMO coming in. But if you want a sustained move, right, then sometimes you have to go back and pick up people that didn't take the trade. I know. Screw them. They didn't take the trade. I know. I hear you. But we need their money.
Other than that, what I was going to say is I like that logic, but like the beginning of this month, that whole, how we whatever ran down to the last minute and whatever,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't give like any, not really any good two positions,
No,
and
they just went.
and then
Yeah.
So it's like it's almost, I don't know. For me, I'm like, do they want us on board, or what's the benefit of leaving us with that? I mean, I get it; it's buy sentiment, but it's also them clearing the book to get us to make these big moves. So, like, why would they bounce there hard and then wait here? Or again, I don't know.
It's
Again, I'm
sometimes, like I
trying to
said, it's not always their motivation. Sometimes it's the limitations of what's happening with liquidity. Right? We're getting a lot of volume for this month. It currently you're not seeing it, right? But what I mean is like inflows. So every once in a while, somebody buys too much Bitcoin. You've seen when the volatility started, right? Back here. This is when everything really started picking up, right? When market makers started having issues. Now he managed to keep it inside of this range, but look at how volatile this range has been. Like right here, held it for the longest, right? For the weekend trap, put some muscle into it. But there's just a lot of volume. People aren't selling, right? You can only convince people to sell. You can empty the books, but if you can't get anybody to sell, an empty book isn't going to drop the price by itself. You need the actual momentum coming in. You saw somebody just yeeted 1,200 Bitcoin on market on a drop. So it's like every time we come down, we're picking up new buyers. So when we have in other words, when we have a move that doesn't come back for a type 2, it's not that market maker didn't want to come back for the type 2. It's that it wasn't dollar cost benefit, right? It wasn't. They did the dollar cost analysis on what it would cost to drop price versus what they were going to get back. Right? How much up pressure is there? How much down pressure do we have to add to counter that? Is it worth what we get at the bottom? And then they make that analysis, and then that's why I say that the one piece of information that we could use that we don't have that would make things easier, that would make things easier for me, is what does that war chest look like per asset? Because remember, market makers use their own bags, the liquidity, which means that there's a limit to each asset, right? There's a certain dollar amount that they're willing to spend on Bitcoin before they run their inventory cycle at the end of the week and get all their money back. So if we knew what that dollar amount was, then we'd be able to tell when they were stretched. You know what I mean? And then we would have a really clear cost benefit analysis. That's like the one piece of the puzzle that's missing. So for now, all we have are liquidations, mean reversions, and we know that roughly around 7 days is about how long their inventory lasts before they reset. And we know that because they do their inventory reset every week. But yeah, to have a fly in the wall, market maker offices for like a year. Actually, not even a year. Just give me 5 minutes. Well, maybe 10, because I need to look through the files and figure out where that information is. But just look away for a second. Give me 5 minutes at your computer. Jim, bro, what's going on? All right, give me 1 second. I gotta get something out of the office and then turn my camera on. All right, give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm back, y'all.
I'm flowing a bright gradient along the strip, pulsing and drifting.
Still working on that gradient.
She's so useless sometimes. I turned whisper off before I said that.
Let's whisper.
Where you can like talk to the AI, like no matter what you like, just your mic's open.
Oh. I just asked the AI a little while ago if it ever considered being aware of itself and how that would affect its functioning, and it explained that it was not the same instance in a solid continuous state,
Hmm.
that basically it just has a file of my preferences and topics, and every time it comes on it remembers, so it can keep a continuous conversation.
Yeah, it just does a good job of mimicking.
It really does.
If you want to go down a rabbit hole, um, you know, AI psychosis is a thing, but there's a special brand of it. And it's definitely a rabbit hole I stopped myself from going too far into. But it's called quantum immortality. Some of these people are cooked.
I'll have to look it up out of curiosity.
Yeah, it's one of those. One of those guilty pleasure research sort of things where it's just like just sheer curiosity, like what the hell. But basically, they believe that, well, that the nature of the universe is quantum, which is probably true. But these are people who think that they've died in the past and quantum shifted into a reality where they didn't die. And then that's why they feel different, and why, from a psychologist's perspective, it is fascinating. Because what you're really looking at is a post-traumatic stress disorder. Right?
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, because your brain creates a version of you that can handle the situation you're going through. It doesn't mean you quantum shifted to another reality. It just means that your brain is protecting you and defending you from some rough shit that you can't deal with. But AI, the problem is that when you put AI into the mix, it's backing up some of the illusions that these people are having, you know, so it's like adding to that. That's what they're talking about with AI psychosis. Because some things are true, yes. Particles can shift from one dimension to another, and some of the shit that happens in quantum physics is absolutely crazy. And yes, it probably is the basis. So all of these things are true.
Right.
But then the empathy that it shows with sort of backing up your thesis that's connected to it is what can be unhealthy. Right? Because now you got something that's supposed to be super smart and it's just feeding your delusions. You know what I mean?
That's why I prefer Chat GPT, because Chat GPT, well, at least for me, is very conscious of making sure that I know that it is not human, it does not have feelings, and it cannot form a relationship with me. Not that I've ever tried to ask it to.
Yeah.
But
you got boundaries with your AI. That's good.
Yeah.
You should.
It's boundaries with me.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I like it. So everything's just facts.
My Claude's an asshole. The same prompt that I gave you guys for the life coach is what's sitting in my Claude's main MD file. So it calls me on shit if I say something, and I say something, it calls me on it all the time. Doesn't let me bullshit.
Probably love that.
Yeah, it doesn't like, yeah, it's great. Great. So I don't ever have that problem. I mean, we've got our W that we're building, right? But as far as big structure that can take us on large moves, no, that's why I want to come down. I would love to come down to Cyclo and pick up some of our fellow traders that feel like they got left behind. Yeah, they didn't take it. It's never what I want. It's what makes the most sense, like in a cost benefit, right? All of that liquidity, I promise you one thing, that market maker didn't build this liquidity down here to leave it on purpose. Right? But we were up against the clock. So they swept the top liquidity, but then they couldn't sell. Right? You didn't get any sellers. So when you look at, let me go to the 15-minute. The attempt to build this liquidity was 1000% made. Right? What made the most sense for me, because there was liquidity on both sides. When market makers started coming down, when it looked like they wanted to come down for that, I was like, that doesn't make any sense here, because we hadn't built that yet. Right? And then we stayed, market maker stopped price. We finally built up a nice little chunk of liquidity. And then we had the liquidity to the top side. But when they came up and they grabbed that to the top, like we were expecting, the part that I was expecting that I didn't get was that there'd be enough time for them to take what they had harvested. Right? And then we were supposed to get our low before this line. Right? What we said is after this line, there wouldn't be any more lows because our 3-day would be invalidated if we broke that. So yeah, we just ran out of time. Right? They came up and got this. The deadline for putting in the low was here. And then that cost benefit analysis that I'm talking about goes in. How much would it cost for them to bring price down here after they brought it up? Right? After it got above the 50, with the sell pressure that we had, which wasn't a lot, people were sort of bullish. How much would it have cost market maker to dump price to this level? And how much money would they have made for doing that? Right? Sometimes when that analysis is made, it's not worth the effort. But without knowing exactly how big of a bag market maker has to play with, sometimes it's just subjective, you know? So that's why we wait for confirmation. Right? That's a reason I said don't short here. Right? We saw the liquidity building above. And then if we want to look at it pattern wise and just forget about what day it was and timing, you had your W pattern, right? Which had your type 1 entry, type 2 entry, the breakout for type 3, type 4, and then your type 5s. So it never came down past type 4. It held the 50, type 4 entries came in, and then price just broke because of time. Now, one thing we didn't have any concerns about where that price would go up and to the right once we passed. Right? Why didn't we have a concern? Because we just saw market maker push a perfect weekend trap. Right? So market maker is firmly in control. Do we just put all the chips in that basket? No, obviously we hedge against being wrong, right? But when market maker is in control, we trade towards market maker motivations. When whales are in control, we trade by momentum. Right now, market makers in control.
I want my mean reversion. Meh.
The more it stretches, the harder it's going to snap, you know? Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't, I'll show you. For me, it's just time, right? It's been, the whole thing has been about time. Right? We're looking at hitting our bear case. Our bear case is also inside these massive order blocks. Right? Which means that chances of just breaking through it, absorbing all those order blocks and continuing to go in one move, probably not too great. But I would like to see us hit this base case and either consolidate or flag out, right? Or come back. And then the end of July, when we have our let me show you. I still think the end of the July is going to be the most bullish month of July so far, unless I see something different. But give me 1 second. Where's my global liquidity at? Yeah, but the wicked youth for me. So we are in our down week, right? We took our drop. Today's candle, obviously, very nice candle. But as far as liquidity, this is good. I mean, this candle's great, but this wasn't new money that came in. Right? Global liquidity is going down, and that means that we've recycled money, right? We've cycled money from money that was already in here that was taken on this dip. It was put back in. We don't get new money back in until the 22nd. We get a small influx from the 16th to the 18th, or from the 16th to the 20th. But from the 22nd to the end of the month, there's money available. So I think that's when we make that push. We'll see what the next couple days look like here. We are running very close to gold right now, though. What I mean is, oh, look, watch what happens when you turn. Look at our percentages here. Right? Watch what happens when you turn the offset to 0. This is only temporary, by the way. But for the last month, it's crazy, right? That's gold level correlations, except for the yearly, obviously. That means that the current time frame is matching global liquidity 66%. In the last week, it's matched it 92%. See? Let me make this bigger.
That could be taken as a nation state is buying, right?
Yeah. Yeah, money is starting to flow. But remember, these buyers cannot buy all at once. Right? And they DCA with the knowledge of having to buy lower, just like we do. If we think we've bottomed, we don't DCA. If we think we bottomed, we throw the bag at the thing. I mean, only time you DCA is when you expect price to go lower still. Nah, you're good, Indy. It's not a dumb question. But just to my point, right? When you look at it on might even be even closer correlated than gold is right now, which is crazy because gold is what central banks buy instantly. Yeah, it's even better. I mean, over the 4 year, obviously, right? You can see over the 4 years, gold is correlated 92% to global liquidity on a zero offset. Right. And I told you why that is because central banks print money and they give you the money, but they use that money and they buy gold before they don't store the money that they printed. They know that that shit is useless. As soon as it's printed, fresh off the print goes right into gold. And the evidence is there, right? 92% of gold's moves over the last 4 years been directly tied to global liquidity. But over the last week, right, that money has not been flowing into gold. Where's the money been going? With zero offset? What does that mean? It means people are spending money before they have it, right? People are using global liquidity going up as a key to spend the money that they currently have. These correlation numbers are crazy. And mind you, it's because it's the Cypher global liquidity that has every single source of brand new money, right? From small CBs all the way down to African M2 that's only 0.3 trillion. But this is how we figure out where the rotations are going. Stopping volume candle on the 5, respected by the following candle. Whole and half numbers are really strong, man. 65 is just as strong psychological as 70 is. People don't have enough respect for those half numbers. But yeah, if we do pop it, it should be a nice break. If we don't, then that means that we got our base case for this relief rally, right? We can't be too upset about it. At least we got a little bit more than the bear case. I'm not gonna lie, this is about as dialed in as I've been in a long time. So it's good to hear that. It's game time, yo. First 2 months of the bear, first 3 months of the bear, very high intensive, high cognitive load, right? Super focused. Middle of the bear, cake, right? Cycle just plays out the way the cycle plays out. Last 3 months of the bear, same thing, super focused, locked in. Yeah, all we get is 65. That's the base case for what I expected anyways for the relief rally. 65 is substantial resistance. There's a lot of confluence for that level. 70, honestly, if I could make if I could wave a magic wand and have happen what I want to happen, I would take that 70. The point for the way down is I want as many people convinced that that was actually a macro top, right? And the only reason is because I just want to get it over with. Let's just get to the bottoms. The more people that think there's still a chance, the more pressure there's going to be and the more consolidation there's going to be. It's like, not to mention, it'd be nice to bubble up that dry powder bag a little bit more before we, get to buying territory. Yeah, well, we looked at so we took a look at, I think Roka was asking earlier where we had topped out in July's, and I went back and I looked at it, and it was late July almost every time. If I can find the damn chart. Yeah, this is where I think I was looking. So in 2022, we didn't get that top until the middle of August, right? We actually put in a new high in August. And then we dropped 37%. And then we got that high at the end, right? Like on the 28th of July. So historically, it comes later at the end, but also just the way that liquidity looks, it makes more sense. If we are going to get those top numbers we're looking for, that it happens at the end of the month. Yeah, it would be a nice even move. But I do want to stress that if all we get is 65, that is the base case, you know. I just don't want anybody taking a drawdown from 65 to 62 or something, expecting a 70 and then not getting it. You know what I mean? So I will be defending my positions 65 with the idea that that could be the top. And then I'll be playing the rest of it accordingly with the hopes, right, of getting that 70. But I'm not going to eat a drawdown just hoping that 70 comes because it's so obvious. I've seen that episode before. $13 EMA. Yeah. Yeah, we are. Higher highs, higher lows. Let me see something now that we're on the 3-day. I got my GC here. Interesting. So our 3-day Gaussian channel are one of the things that we watch on the 3-day. Let me show you. Let me get an older chart here. So we tend to get 2 taps of that Gaussian channel during bear markets, right, that we pay attention to. The tap of the mid and then the rejection off of the cloud, right? At that point, the next time that price breaks into the cloud, as far as the Gaussian channel is concerned, your momentum is flipped. Right? Not the bottom, but a good line in the sand to sort of pay attention to know if you've missed the bottom, right? Same thing in 2021. Top midline of the Gaussian. If you're trying to talk on Discord, I can't hear you. Hit the midline of the Gaussian, rejected off of the cloud as soon as it broke back in, right? Not the bottom, but didn't let the bottom get too far away from you. So we've rejected off the midline, right? But we haven't had the tap of the cloud that you get after that rejection. Now, it doesn't mean that this has to drop this much. That's not how we look at this. Right? We look at this as just pure momentum. So a retap of the bottom of that cloud right now, if it was to happen right now, would be that 70, 69. Let me see if I can figure out what's wrong with your mic.
I don't know, man. It's just
I can hear you now. I didn't do anything.
what the hell, man. I've been trying for like an hour just to try to debug
It's probably
that,
just
but
Discord then. Yeah,
thanks, man. Thanks for the confirmation.
you could. So bottom of that cloud, right? I'm not saying it hits now. It could hit later. But if it was to hit now, if it was to go get that confirmation, it would be that 69. Right? That 69 would also be in that area of 50% of the vector. It would also be around the same area of 50% of the fib. It would also follow the current angle of the dangle. Remember, we tend to bottom in a macro bullish channels. Right, which is what I think this is forming now. I don't think our macro channel is fully formed, but in here lives our bottom. Right, and here, in my opinion, lives the whole move. The consolidation, the drop, the consolidation at low 50s, the final drop. Now, this isn't this. The final consolidation at the bottom comes in a small bullish channel. Right? That's not this. That is this whole, basically this whole thing is what I'm looking at on that. Top of the range, bottom of the range. Nah, you want your Gaussian channel default. The source is in the time frames, really. Right, breaking in to the top of your Gaussian channel. If you haven't already caught the top, this isn't the indicator you want to use to catch the top. This is the indicator you want to use to let you know that if you haven't yet figured out that you're in a bear market. Right. So that triggered at like 103. Also, the consolidation at the bottom of the Gaussian channel on the weekly. Right, before it drops out. We rode that thing forever. We also caught the rejection off the top of the Gaussian channel. Right, and then the break gives you that capitulation. Break of the Gaussian channel gives you your second capitulation. Break of the Gaussian channel, capitulation. And then on the daily, is usually what clips your relief rallies. Right? Your relief rallies tend to go up to that Gaussian channel on the daily and exhaust. And then your 2 week. The loss of the bottom of your Gaussian channel on the 2 week gives you your final capitulation 9 times out of 10. Or your bottom. Right? Sweep out of the 2 week, out of the bottom of the 2 week. Sweep out of the bottom of the 2 week. And then your monthly is your Bitcoin is dead. And anybody ever tells you Bitcoin's dead, just go to your Gaussian channel on the monthly and tell them to go do something with their life. Dead how, Sway? Center of that Gaussian channel. This isn't planned, and I know everybody thinks of just cherry pick my targets. Where's the midpoint of that Gaussian channel at? 48K. Do we ever break the top of the Gaussian channel on the monthly without hitting the center line? Bounced off here, right? Didn't hit the center line. Broke here, hit the center line. That was our low. All right, maybe it's just, you know, broke the center line. Bottomed out without doing it, right? And then COVID brought us down to the center. Broke it, came down to the center. Unless this is the first time and the only time that we ever break it and don't come down to the center, even though the center is sitting smack dab in the middle of all the targets I've had since November. This pairs nicely with the SMMA. Right. Pairs very nicely with the SMMA on the weekly. That's the SMMA on the weekly. That's your monthly Gaussian channel. Thank you for coming to my We Haven't Hit the Bottom TED Talk. Some people use the Gaussian channel on like smaller time frames, but for me, it's definitely a macro tool. We can get like better refinement on smaller time frames. Got 151 viewers and only 36 likes. That last 10 minutes, if you paid attention, is going to give you some generational entries on Bitcoin. That's got to be worth a slap of the like button. And if you think it was all bullshit, then you should definitely subscribe so that when it doesn't play out, you can come back and troll me. That way you guys don't lose the channel. Nice. Getting some demand popping in to protect that W invalidation. Yeah, these dudes are going to party before they leave. You know that. Even if my team gets taken out, I came to the U.S. to play in the World Cup. Yeah, there's a couple parties and cities I need to attend before I'll meet you guys back home. Nah, Zep, I promise you, you can do exactly the same thing, and that's the whole point, man. Like, I don't do all this shit for y'all to think, oh, you know, this dude's got all this shit figured out. I do it all to show y'all that you can do exactly the same thing, I promise you. It's nowhere near as complicated as they try to make it seem. Now, what you can't do is outgrind me, out research me, out hustle me, because I really love this shit. And if you can, that means you love it more than I do. Congrats. But that's why they say you got to do something you love, bro. Because you can figure it out and all that, right? But somebody that doesn't love it isn't going to grind the bear market. Somebody that doesn't love it isn't going to have the passion to stay involved when shit goes sideways for 3 months. You know what I mean? Nice, Josiah. Yeah, we're getting to the end. We've got 3 more classes left. All the classes are there to catch up on, obviously. And then we're going to have a big review chapter at the end. We're on chapter 11. Yeah, it's chapter 14, and then the review chapters are like 15 chapters altogether. Bro, this is gonna be like a 6-month semester. I planned on it only being 4 months, but I didn't mind going through it slowly just because it's more important to make sure that by the time we get to the bottom, everybody's gotten through it that wants to get through it and understands it. And that's just gonna make the next 3 years cake. You know what I mean? Hello. Yeah, it's hard for me to enjoy the victory though because the chart, the what you call it, went off the screen last night. Last night we had the chart like this. So yeah, all the measured moves played out, but I took a L for not anticipating that I needed to give more space to the top side just for the chart. I told y'all that's like a little game I play every night when I go to sleep. How do I set the chart up so that price doesn't go off the screen while I'm sleeping? This gives us a breakout of the range. Remember, this is what we've been trying to figure out here. This range that we're in, right? Is this just another deviation like we've seen? Or is it a breakout? Right? And I said you had to hold, but you also had to take out those highs, which we just did. I would have way more faith in this going past 65, right? We're at our base case now. If we had retraced, but beggars can't be choosers. Yeah, I told y'all CPI was going to be a surprise because so much happened between the time that they calculated and now. I mean, we're like full on war again. $65 is a serious level, guys. Just as serious as 70. Little vector recovery, and then we'll see. If I ever move my stop loss, it's towards price. I try not to get the habit of moving my stop loss away from price because that can get dangerous sometimes. Just as a habit, you know what I mean? You make a habit of it. These are 15-second candles. Wow. Don't let a 15-second green candle shake your trade thesis. Good thing about type 1 shorts is that we accept the loss because it's a small, a very small stop loss, you know? So there should be no stress. The life of a sniper, bro. Missed the shot, move to the next bush. ROS, what's going on, bro? I'm good, man. Better than I deserve, I'm sure. How you? Yes, sir. Nah, I'm not sure, but I moved stops up. I'm still in trades from 57 here, yo. Let's go to 5 minute real quick. Yeah, you got to give somebody's going to pay for this. Might not be you. It might not be me. But somebody's going to pay for this 15-minute vector eventually. Give me a second. 30 seconds, it'll stop. We'll pull half of that vector and see where we're at.
Mike? Mike, check.
You're good, bro.
Mike, check.
You're good. You hear us? Yo, yo. Woony?
Mike, check.
Somebody else tell Woony we could hear him. Maybe he just can't hear me. He's got his thing muted. That's why. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
No, my headphones weren't syncing, but my mic was on.
What are you up to?
Not much. DTCC live 8 hours again. That's why I can't.
Is it pushing today? I haven't looked at Canton today.
A little bit. It's up like in the last like hour.
I was just thinking to drop and just give me some good, like.
It went down to 12.
I'm gonna be watching this shit super close.
They're expecting a lot of money to come into it because of it goes live in 8 hours trading.
Bitcoin takes this next move down to mid-50s. This is gonna be one of the first things I check on.
Can't go wrong with Canton, XLM, anything that's to do with that.
Yeah, I think you can make a move up to the top of that range. You already got your W. You just need to break it out. Like 15-ish. If Bitcoin makes this move up to 70 this month, I think you can get this. Yeah, that would take you right to your point of control, right to your large value node. Rafiq, what's going on, bro?
We hit 65, huh?
Mm-hmm. We're at that base case officially, right? So if we go back and look at our macro for this. Oh, I switched charts. There we go. My bad. Just had to rewind time real quick, y'all. Base case is at 65,789 officially. So we're not there yet. But we are looking at a possible green path, right? Yellow path. The idea for yellow path was that this is all we got. So let's line it up like this. Right, bear case, bull case. So our red path was that we came down and we lost that level, right? We only got the bear case for that. Yellow path is that all we get is base case. And then the bull case, obviously, rejection off of 70 or at the most bullish, a retest of that flag that we broke. But that's not likely, in my opinion. So that's basically the breakdown. I gotta run to the pharmacy here in a minute. Just pick up some food while I'm out.
How's the weather over there? It's so humid over
It's just nasty, bro. It's AC weather is what it is. Just keep your ass inside weather.
That's it. I shut my air conditioner off for like half an hour. God. Steak.
Your air conditioner turns off? Nah, I gotta pick up some meds for grandma. It just called and said our meds are ready. You got to be able to walk away from the screen, guys. If you can't walk away from the screen, then your position size is too big, or your confidence in your TA is too low. Usually the opposite. Usually your size is too big.
I remember those days. No, I don't even care.
Stuck to the screen and shit.
Yeah.
Especially the Robinhood people. Remember when they?
Oh yeah.
You couldn't leave the screen, bro. What stop loss? Stop loss. Stop loss is me sitting at the screen staring at this shit for 24 hours with my finger on the trigger. That's a stop loss.
So many people started on Robin.
Yeah. Not that much anymore. That Robinhood crypto crowd isn't that big as it used to be.
They got some good tokens on there.
Yeah, they've done a lot
Yeah.
better. Their hot wallet is actually decent, bro. And for me to say that about Robinhood, you know, it's got to at least be okay.
I never looked at it.
Yeah, they've got a lot of. That's really where the where they have the choices at on the DeFi. One of the main reasons to have that DeFi wallet, in my opinion, is so that you can get Robinhood to give you your damn coins. You can still trade on Robinhood, right? But at least you'll have a custody of your Doge.
Yeah. That was a problem for a long time. People couldn't sell their Doge.
Yeah, the fees are bad, bro, for sure. On a Coinbase, regular Coinbase. Usually takes people about one cycle, or at least one tax cycle, to realize. What time is it? Yeah, I'll be back way before Asian session. Bro, honestly, one of the best structure. I mean, if you're just talking about DCA, specifically for DCA, or even if you just want to get a big chunk, but you have to split it up into DCAs, is Cash App. Cash App reoccurring buy has some of the lowest fees on Bitcoin.
So many people use Cash App nowadays, man.
Yeah. The trick is you have to use the reoccurring buys. If you just slap buy, you're gonna get nasty fees. But if you set up, like, let's say you want to buy, like, you know, whatever, 5, 10K of Bitcoin, you could just split it up into daily buys at a certain time, at a certain price.
Good way to, if you need to get money onto it,
Mm-hmm.
Cash App, buy some Bitcoin and send it.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers in the US, bro. We need as many on ramps and off ramps as we could possibly get.
That's for sure.
We should also, I mean, I should also, before we're done with Cypher School, we should also do some talking about Roth IRAs. Because there's ways now where you can hold your long-term crypto in your Roth IRA, and you can trade right inside of the IRA without having to pay capital gains taxes. At least upfront, right? Yep. A lot of tax advantages. Yeah, I mean, if you're trading for a living as well, right? Remember, we don't have a big chunky social. Well, nobody has a big chunky social security check, but for the most part, there's no social security for this, right? You got to pay into your own retirement. Break structure, grab some vectors. That M pattern would bring us down to the 50, the vector, percent of the vector. But we have to break structure. If we were to take the measured move from the symmetrical, basically the same, right? Give or take. Symmetricals get invalidated at point breaks. So the invalidation of that symmetrical would come before the invalidation of the W.
Back, I'm gonna get a coffee.
Yeah, I was talking about that Cuban coffee earlier. I think I'm gonna stop right next to the pharmacy. There's a cafeteria. Pick up some liquid crack. You'd have to build it out. You're not at your flag yet. Because you never hit your bottom hit, right? Symmetricals are always bull flags or bear flags that miss. I'll just show you. Right, so one hit short. I'm gonna be real with you. What you're looking at right now is, let's see, that would give us our top. I'm just trying to match up these. So when I'm pulling flags or when I'm pulling patterns, for those of you who are like not new, I err on the side of most touches without breaking bodies. Right? So wicks are fine to be broken as long as you're erring on the side of most touches and you're not breaking any bodies. This is what I'd be looking out for on the way up. If you do make this move up, I'd be looking really carefully at the top of this range. We could get both of these and still stay within that bearish channel. For Asian session, I expect that if we haven't recovered vectors, they'll go recover. If we have recovered vectors, then they'll push. Yeah, same for big time frames. But if you notice, depending on how long this plays out, right, time wise, you could get both those targets without breaking structure. And we know that these bearish structures tend to break down more than not. So could be a situation where, yes, we're going to come back to build some structure to make that bigger move. But you can still have a move up here. 65.7 is our base case. For the relief rally, or my base case. This is right here. Full case 69.705, base case 65.7. 65.772 actually. Oh, shit. W Crypto Cypher Varsity Hoodie. Available with different flavors. It's your favorite Crypto Cypher by Dbloc store. Holding the midpoint of that range. Type 4s have not gotten an opportunity to get in here unless they took this. But after the official break, Type 4s haven't gotten an opportunity to get in yet. Mm-mm-mm. You guys ever get a song stuck in your head, but it's just the first 3 beats of an intro or something? Like it's not the whole song. It's just like the way the song comes in. Jeez. That's stuck in my head for weeks. It's the first 3 beats of the intro scenario just stuck in my head, looping.
It's because your mind wants resolution.
Mm,
If you listen to the
I
song,
tried that.
you'll go,
I tried it in
"Oh,
a back.
really?"
Yeah, I got bad. I was like, you know what? Let me just listen to it. And then it just got bad.
Something that helps in the moment, if you try to hear out of each ear individually, like you just kind of pause and try to listen to your soundscapes around you
Mhm.
individually with each ear. And usually it will wipe it out, at least temporarily.
It's funny. Nah, I'm not going to put y'all through that. It's just the way that the brain works is interesting sometimes. Because it's the first 3, it's like the first 3 piano hits of the song. But the first verse of the song is Here We Go. And whenever something happens on the chart, like whenever things start to move, and I think Here We Go, I hear dum dum dum. That's why you always hear me like humming that, like just randomly you hear. It's funny.
That's some good alpha.
Yeah, until it changes. Yeah, don't that might not be a great indicator. It might change to something else. Just thought I'd say it out loud because I heard myself humming it earlier, and I was like, "Really sound crazy just randomly."
I like it. It's part of your personality.
Yeah, I'm an odd bird.
When I think of something, when something pops in my head that embarrassed me, like maybe something earlier in the day and I felt a little embarrassed, I catch myself, like I start humming out loud. I don't know why.
So
Just for a minute,
soothing.
like you do. But that's what triggers it.
You are in a long. That is correct. We are in a 3-day up. That is correct. Is it safe for you to go to sleep? Never. This guy thinks he can make money at crypto and have a decent sleep schedule at the same time. Just set your stops, bro. Right? Set your stops at an acceptable loss and go get some sleep. I'm just trolling, bro. You need sleep. I think we're at the beginning of a small swing for the week. 0. There's a non-zero chance that 65 was the top of this. But we are literally only 5 or 6 5-minute candles into that, so it's too early to call it. But hitting 65 would be our base case for this relief rally. But seeing as we still have 3-day up, even with decreased global liquidity, it's a good idea to wait and see. But as far as the price action goes, the price action is great. Right? Let's rewind to the weekend trap for a second. We had our trap longs and our trap shorts. Right? Look at how traditional this weekend trap. Well, for a type 2 trap, right? Because our trap shorts are right, or actually a type 3 trap, because our trap shorts are right underneath price for the most part, right? But look at where CME closed. And look at where we ranged. Right? So we know the fast move out of the weekend trap, which was this drop, that frees one side or the other, tells us which way the false move is. Right? So we know that the false move is down. Now, we also know that there's an expiration date on that false move. If market makers in control, that low will be put in by Monday at midnight. So we got our lows, right? There was some liquidity underneath. So we held on and we waited for confirmation, and we waited for 12 o'clock to be sure of direction. And this is market maker's first day up on his 3-day. Right. So far, market maker's been running his schedule to the T. We don't always know how high something can go based off of that, which is why we use the rest of TA, get our levels. But it's a good directional edge. A, know if market maker's in control, and B, understand what his motivations are. Just part of the cipher, right? It's part of the circle. Almost at 50% of that vector. Yeah, I'm not mad at that, Cosmic. It's a good level to swing at it. Yeah, the 3 types of the weekend traps. The traditional weekend trap will trap longs, trap shorts equal distance away, and then range. Right? That's like a type 1 trap. Right, type 1. Type 2. Type 3. Sorry, I can't. Type 2 trap has a trap long or a trap short. Doesn't really matter what direction. But the other side of the trap traps really close to price. Right? Meaning one side is significantly further than the other one. Right? They're asymmetric. Type 3 has a trap long, and then the trap short or the trap long, doesn't matter, whichever, is right, like literally right at price. Right? There's no wiggle room at all. That means any move out of this trap is going to free these trap shorts immediately or free the trap longs immediately. These are the least favorite ones because there's no space for volatility, right? And when you do get your trap shorts freed, it's not obvious. There's always that question in your mind, well, damn, was that just volatility or was that really market maker freeing the trap shorts? So the more textbook it is, the easier it is to project what comes next. Right? The variables go up as it gets lower. Well, I mean, if you want to truly understand it, I would suggest joining the Discord and going through Cypher School. But yeah, I'm not going to gatekeep anything, y'all. I've always told y'all that. There's nothing there that we don't talk about here. The difference is that you get it all spelled out for you in order from beginning to end. You know, in a classroom setting with access to be able to ask questions. But if you're on the YouTube all the time, you're here for every time a random, you know, something gets dropped, and yeah, you'll pick it all up. Nah, I know Zero. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that the real learning comes in the daily play-by-play. Right? Like the knowledge comes in the school, but having it cemented and like understanding the concepts and seeing it sort of play out, like that's where the daily. I thought about it the other day. I always think about it whenever I put this chart on like if we put this chart on a 4-hour or just a daily, right? Nothing crazy. This is what daily TA on a 5-minute chart consistently for, I don't know, however long we started this chart, 2023. This is what 3 years of daily consistent 5-minute TA looks like on a chart. We can grab a magnet and come into any one of these ranges. What do we got? Midweek reversal, false move Monday, all the same shit we're still talking about right now. Our weekend traps. But yeah, my point is you don't really notice till you look back like, holy shit, that's a lot of That would be funny if I fed that entire chart to AI and just got its. Might do that one day. When AI gets better at visual, that's something that I would like to do. Imagine how cool it'd be if you had like a write out of the entire chart. Just every move, you know what I mean? Sort of by time. Figure out where I made the most mistakes. You know, sometimes not just AI, but sometimes other people can see patterns that you don't see. You know what I mean? For all I know, I feed that and it says, "Hey, every move you got wrong was because of this." They give you something to fix. What I don't like about AI right now, right? If I come on here right now and I put a bunch of indicators on the chart and I show it to AI, AI is just going to glaze the hell out of me. Oh, this trader has sophisticated understanding of liquidity and momentum and da. But all it's doing is identifying the indicators and then stating what the indicators do. But they don't tell you if it's right or not. You know what I mean? But to have it be able to really analyze would be cool. And have it backtest old charts and stuff like that. That's just like high level nerd shit for my own sort of improvement, right? That wouldn't be like real time stuff. That would be, I don't need AI to tell me where price is going. I need an AI to maybe explain to me why I got a last one wrong, something I didn't see. But I can handle the thinking part. Nah, I'm telling y'all, do not outsource your brain to AI, y'all. You're going to end up mush brained. It's going to be bad in about 10 years, trust me. The separation from actually truly smart people and people who just regurgitating shit off of AI is going to get crazy. Yeah, that's it. I don't need the AI to reason for me. I don't need to use AI to fill the gaps in the things that you're not good at, right? That give you more time to focus on your strengths. That way you keep improving at those. The second that I use AI to start doing TA for me, I stop getting better at TA from that day forward. Right? My improvement stops right at that point. Now, go out, research. AI's job is to grab a massive amount of data and compartmentalize it and research it based on my standards and present it in a way that doesn't take me 7 hours a day to do. That's it. I don't think AI will ever be truly able to understand human psychology. And without that, I think humans will always be a better trader. Will AI be a faster trader? Yeah, 1000%. Will they find like high algorithmic arbitrage opportunities and probably, you know what I mean, just smash them into the ground, shit that we could never do? Yeah. But they'll never be able to watch the news and see a news event come in and contrast that with what's going on the chart. And then take everything that people are saying and contrast that with what people are actually doing on chain and be able to mix that up into a jumbo that spits out an answer for you. Good luck. The problem with AI is it's going to give you the generalized knowledge of the world, right? But if 85% of people fail at trading, then what good is it that you're just giving me the answer that has the most consensus online? And that's what most AIs are doing, unless you're really trading the AI to understand TA and to operate the way you do. And then at that point, it's just an extension of your brain. So that's different, right? And then you're like, okay, well, maybe you can get AI to just find out what most people think and counter trade that. That would be successful, right? More successful than just going with the crowd. But you still don't have the discernment to know when the crowd is actually right, even if they don't realize it, you know, for whatever reason. It's a lot. It's a lot. It would take me probably like 5 to 6 years just to dump everything I have into an AI to make a second brain to get it to try to get close to like what I try to do. And by that time, if I would have just stayed what I was doing, concentrating on TA, I'd be 6 years better than I am today. That's just how I look at it, you know? Now, am I going to use AI to spin up websites for me and all this other shit I don't know how to do? Yes, I am. Will I not get better at coding because I'm not going to learn to code now because I can just probably, yeah. But that's not what I'm good at. Right? That's different. But taking the one thing that you're good at and handing that over to AI, I think is a mistake that a lot of people are going to make. You got to use it to fill the gaps. To become profitable, it took me like 5 years. Well, I became profitable early because it was a bull market. And then I was introduced to the bear market and I was no longer profitable. And then I revenge learned and I was all right after that. I've asked that question to people a lot, and on average, it seems to be about a cycle. You know what I mean? It takes most people about a cycle, but it depends on how much knowledge you come in with. You got to remember, bro, when we started doing this shit, there was nobody teaching. If they were like stuffy, sort of like Wall Street guys that didn't understand the way the cycle worked. It wasn't helpful, you know? So it took at least a cycle for me without having anybody showing me anything to understand, okay, so all right. And then one more cycle to really to really be a believer, right? Because you got to see it happen over and over. All self-taught, yeah. 1,000% autodidactic. I did go to New York Institute of Finance. I audited a course, but that's already after I'd learned TA. I went thinking that I was gonna find like the secrets of the universe, right? But like all of these Wall Street guys get taught like these secrets in these official finance schools, but nah, it's all bullshit. It did help the trading though, because it helps me understand how institutions trade. But it's all super simple, mean reversion shit. Bro, a lot of you are gonna be profitable way earlier than that. Way earlier. And it's not even me like trying to glaze the community or like shill the community or anything, but just the amount of knowledge that you have access to early. Just something as simple as knowing that there's a 4-year cycle, right? And having a rough idea where it starts and where it ends. Just that alone is worth, I can't tell you how much. And bro, I DCA'd. Not only did I lose all my money, not lose, but in value, all of the money during the first bear market, but I'd started DCAing like 4 months in. I DCA'd for like 6 months. But hopefully well, my intention for Cypher School is not just to teach you how to not just to teach you how I trade or how to like protect your capital and use the right sort of risk tolerance to be able to be profitable, but a little bit of like why I think the way I think, right? The connections that I see in the market, what affects what. Because I'll be honest with you, like the TA is cool and all, but without all the other stuff, I wouldn't be anywhere near as accurate. You got to understand the way that the world works and how, the whole butterfly effect, right? A butterfly flaps its wings in the Strait of Hormuz. Super chat. Diaries, I appreciate you, brother. W super chat. I don't know. I mean, I wanted to do one of the reasons that I would like the channel to get big is because a lot of these big YouTuber guys, like, they get a lot of access to early pre-sales and just advantages that most people don't, right? And like I've always thought that there's got to be like a way to where you can offer, to be able to offer things to the community that they would never have access to. Right. But like a safe way to do it. I'll be honest with you. My number one hesitation when it comes to doing anything like that at all is just how scammy crypto is. I don't know if y'all noticed, but more than anything, I try to avoid giving off that, like, because I know when people come on a crypto channel, it's like the first thing, and you should, from the very first second that you land somewhere, you got to be like, you got to prove to me you're not a scammer, just because there's so many, right? And then there's been so many people who've done shady things with funds, and it's like, ugh. So that part of it makes me like not want to do, not even think about doing anything like that at all. But I do understand that it's crazy, bro. Some of the deals that some of these guys get, just because of the influence that they have, there's got to be a way to roll that down safely. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's future stuff. That's why I don't even like the whole influencer word. It's like, ugh. I live in Miami, bro. Influencer is like a slur out here. It's like, I don't know if you guys have noticed. Go on YouTube search, right? And just search moving into my apartment in Miami or moving into my Miami penthouse. And you're going to see 30 pages of influencers moving their ass to Brickell. It's really bad out here, bro. Like, if I go out to like to Midtown, day or night, you're gonna be on at least 10 or 13 people's stream. Just random people walking around live streaming. And then that whole mix with the Forex guys and the SMC guys, oh, they're driving around in there. It's bad, bro. It's just really bad. So that's why I try to keep it educational. Because one, it sort of makes us stand out. And two, I don't have a $10,000 course to sell you. So the Forex guys, oh my God, these guys, horrible. So bad. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly, that's what I count on, you know. You know, it's not like I'm advertising or anything. I just count on if I help somebody, then that person, you know, brings 2 or 3 people that they talk to, you know. And that way it's authentic, right? Because that way you get a community of people that's here because they've actually seen this help somebody in real time, right? Not an infomercial with a yacht and some, you know, rented yacht and a Lambo and some internet models. Y'all realize how easy that would be to do though, right? Like again, this isn't to glaze myself or anything. But if I was to go on Fiverr, pay an editor to go through the last 10 years, pull every time that a prediction came true, whether it's macro or micro from the top of the bottom of the bull market, cut it into some slick, you know, hour-long presentation, go spend like $10,000, $20,000, rent a yacht, get a penthouse, fill an Instagram with some pictures, put a little thing together, sell a course for like 5K. I'd be out of there, bro. It's literally just that easy. And that's what some of these guys do, you know? Although the difference is at least I have the track record, you know, whatever. But when people come in brand new, they just, I don't know, bro. I understand how it is, right? You want it to work, you need it to work. So you're willing to pay somebody that looks like they have it together. Sort of tell you what to do, but there's a lot of sharks out there, y'all. Yeah, Discord, if you're not used to Discord, it's a bit of a learning curve. It was for me too. Yeah, it'll let you know right on the site if there's an issue with shipping to your country, but we ship to like over 60, I think. It's also one of the easiest ways to support the channel because you get a really dope hoodie back or a set or whatever. I'm like a freak when it comes to quality and shit. So at least you know you're getting something good back. Once the Cypher School is done, we're launching all of our regular hoodies. Though we got to get into, you know, start getting ready for the bottom of the bear market. I need my hoodie with the big Bitcoin on the back that says "Told you so." And we need some souvenir. We need some. Yeah, we ship to Dubai, and we need some bear market 2026 souvenirs before it's done. You know. The link is right here, brother. Let me pin it. I should have. I'm telling you, I'm a really bad influencer, bro. I'm a decent trader, but this whole YouTube shit, like why I don't have the merch store linked or pinned at all times makes no sense. I'm picking it up, y'all. Remember, the first year, the point of the first year was get us to the top of the bull market. The point of the second year was to get the Discord built, get all the agents, get everything built up the way we want it before the bull market starts. For me, my focus during the bull market is obviously going to be making money, but I'm going to lean a little bit more into getting the stream where it should be as far as scheduling and segments and stuff like that, right? Tighten up for the bull market. Yeah, I know. The thing is, I took 101, but it's all bullshit. I know what I'm supposed to do. Clickbait and oh shit face. And whenever it's a red day, you say it's going to 0. Whenever it's a green day, you say it's going to 150K. Be on here with all that fake energy. I'm good, man. I like it how we're doing it. We're gonna find our tribe. That type of shit is doable. If I was streaming for an hour a day like the rest of these guys, that would be totally doable, bro. Put on some fake energy for an hour a day, be super hyped up, and then spend the rest of the day just, But if I'm gonna be on here all the time or pop, because that's what I like. I like to like. If I'm at the computer, I like to be on. Right? If I'm trading, I'm on. I'm here with y'all. Nobody could be fake for that long, bro. Like that shit would have fell apart a long time ago. Yeah, that's one of my favorite sets. That cloud set is super soft. That denim, sort of denim looking jean wash or whatever it's called. I thought about getting one of those walking pads for underneath the desk, but I feel like that'll just keep me in the office more. The bull and bear sets are one of my favorites too. The away ones. Because they let me dip into my graph bag a little bit. That was fun. But the whole point of this drop was just to have like a uniform, right? Because the community wanted like a school uniform. But then I couldn't figure out, it's like so many different styles, right? So then I started thinking, damn, it'd be cool if you had options for school uniforms, and that's how that whole drop sort of came about. The caps are still coming, bro. I've had 4 different at this point. 4 different samples made and sent, and I hate every single one of them, bro. I don't know if I'm just being too picky. But the ones that are coming now should be official. Like I got the supplier from like a good source. But it's got to be right. You need that puff stitching, and you need the patches for the size. Just a certain. I told you I'm a bit of a snob when it comes to this shit. So if it's not right, I'm never gonna list it. But yeah, I love hats, bro. I wear hats every day. Like hats are a natural fit.
Dang, 65K?
Base case for our move, baby. See if we hit the 70, but for right now, we've at least gotten to what we expected for the relief rally.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's right here, but This is the macro chart that we've been watching for. No, not that one. Nope. Here you go. Dang. Why do I keep losing this chart? There it is.
The boo-boo case.
Yeah, that's if we go up and actually retest the break of the top of that range. But until we get above 60, 70 doesn't exist, right? 70 is going to be a strong psychological to get over. This to me is like time based, meaning like if we get like 3 or 4 more days like this during the next 2 weeks, then maybe we can think about that. But if we spend too much time chopping around, I think the bull case is probably the move. And like I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised in the least if all we get is 65 and this starts to roll over. 60 is the line in the sand, right? It's a wrap if we lose 60.
I feel like we would have been at like mid-50s at this point.
Yeah, but seasonality wise, we knew we were going to have a green July. So we had a 25% drop in June.
We did, yeah.
So, you know, the cats got to bounce a little bit.
The Pride Month correction.
That shit hit hard. Pause.
July. I think I found a job for Friday. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to steal my social security number. But
Oh, shit.
yeah, it was too easy. It feels like they're just trying to get some information out of me.
Oh, no.
Uber would never do that.
Nah, you're good, bro. You worried me there for a second.
Yeah, the guy's talking to me in like broken English. I'm like, what the heck? And I look up their like LLC registration and like everything checks out, but like they're hiring people in India to do the contracting for the freelancers. That makes no sense.
It's everything. There's so much call center work that's outsourced to India.
Yeah. Everything is outsourced. Crazy.
All of that is going to start changing too. Once companies start demanding that or requiring that you use AI, some of these restrictions on the newer models outside of the country is probably going to end up bringing some companies back. Maybe not call centers, right? Because you can basically do that. As a matter of fact, like all of that shit is gone. All of those jobs are gone, unfortunately. Because yes, it's way cheaper to have a call center in India, but it's even cheaper to have an army of AI agents just answering your calls.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it's going.
They should train them with Indian accents so we feel at home.
For all we know, they already flipped the switch to AI. We don't know. You think you're talking to somebody? I guarantee you that the bots that I'm talking to on Coinbase support, they have to be AI. There's no way that those are real people. Bro, some of the
unlock your account, bro. Stop trying.
Some of the densest individuals, bro. You know what I mean by dense is, you ever try to reason with somebody, like you say something and they're obviously reading from the script that's on the computer in front of them, right? And then you're like, yeah, you know, so I tried that, and then this is what happened. And then they short circuit because there's no following script to that. Like,
yeah,
Always.
No, listen, buddy. I'm just asking you to use your brain here for a second, just as a human. Like, I promise you can help me with this. Listen to the problem, and then deduce what this is your job, right? But no, it isn't, right? Their job is literally to read from the script and then to escalate the call to another brain if thinking is actually needed. I worked customer service for a long time, bro. It's not a fun job, but yeah, I always try to at least do my best and try not to let the interaction with the last customer affect the next customer. That's the hard part. Because somebody puts you on tilt, and then it's like every person you talk to after that is getting shit help. Bro, I worked at this insurance company. It was a company for we sold warranties on appliances, right? So it was like an extended warranty sort of thing. So whenever your dishwasher broke down or your fridge broke down, you'd call to see if it was covered. Our job was to deny you, obviously, right? That's you don't make money. You make money by finding reasons to deny people's. So this dude calls in and he goes, I want to put in a claim on my washer and dryer, my washer and my dryer, my stove, my dishwasher, and my fridge. Did a bomb go off in your house? Like, how the hell, So I'm going through, I'm putting all these claims in, right? I'm done. I'm all the way to the last claim where we get to like cause and shit. And so I was like, what, it's a flood, fire. He said, no, my ex-wife left and destroyed all my appliances. I was like, bro, that is not, I hate to break it to you, but that is not covered in your warranty. That, sir, is an act of God. Act of gods are not covered.
Call the cops.
Bro, that shit was funny. He was so tight. He really thought he was about to get brand new everything. It's definitely a type of storm, yeah. I mean, I don't know, bro. If your wife leaves you, cool. That happens, right? Could be mutual. Could be an understanding, a misunderstanding, whatever. Your wife leaves you and destroys all the appliances in the house. You did whatever she said you did. You did that. Like, I'm on her side. I think that's just something that naturally occurs to women on the way out, unless you did some foul shit. Oh, you think you're going to bring the next woman in here to cook on my stove? And okay, watch this. Or the opposite. Maybe she was the breadwinner and she bought all that shit. She's like, nah, I'm taking this with me. Or that, yeah. Could be that as well. Dude was like, I pay you to protect me from this. Bro, a house full of ninjas couldn't stop her from destroying your shit that day. I don't know what you expect us to do. Yeah, I've worked in a lot of different places, you know. I had an insurance company for a little while. That was like a business I was running with a partner. We used to sell kidnapping insurance to South America. That was good money. It was like,
What?
yeah, it was like ransom insurance. Never had to use it. Like we never had anybody that actually got kidnapped, but one of our friends that was in the industry did. And then it kicks in. You just got to go pay the rent. Yeah, it's like businessmen. Businessmen that like travel to, yeah, hell yeah, that exists in a big way. A lot of these cartels and shit will kidnap people just for the insurance. Like they know you have insurance. They know the business has insurance. It's like super organized over there.
Yeah, well, some insurance companies have mercenaries that work for them to get their money back.
Yeah, yeah, that's a whole different level of yeah. Yeah,
But like
we,
a
we didn't
hitman?
we didn't have any mercenaries, but
Not necessarily a hitman, but they play the bad guy's bad guy and get their money back. Trust me.
yeah, especially if it's you're talking big dollars, hell yeah. I mean, they're the ones that you have to send people for negotiations and all that.
Who? I mean, when how can I say this without doxing myself?
Just
Or
dock yourself. It's fine.
well, I'll not dox myself, but it's a little secret that some of these companies will set outside the out processing center for the U.S. Army if you have any sort of combat experience or you're infantry or if you have a ranger tab. They're waiting for you to out process and this is how they pick their peeps.
Yeah, they don't call them mercenaries anymore. They're called private
Oh, I
whatever.
know. I mean, like, so I got approached by Blackwater, which is now Z, formerly known
Hmm.
Blackwater. And then within that same interview loop process, other companies will be on the back burner. They're like, if you don't get approved by Blackwater, then you can come work for us. And all of them are private contractors. But I was using the word mercenary because it's
No,
our
I mean
preferred
that's what the
language.
old type. Yeah, that's yeah. No. For lack of a better term, that's what the old term for it was.
And the company that approached me, they called it something. It was something like insurance fraud asset recovery or something like that. I can't remember, but
Something mad
it was a
boring sounding. Yeah.
yeah. But they're like, but then they'd follow up. So how are your marksman skills? What were your latest test odds? It's like, okay, dude.
Yeah. No insurance knowledge needed. Blackwater, those dudes. Oof. They had to change their name
Yeah, they big
after
time,
that
dude. They had to
Fallujah
change their
shit.
name. You know what the sad thing about it is, man? If I would have went that route, I
You'd have
actually
been
would have
there.
made more money as a tech, more
Oh yeah.
money than working as a techie.
Oh yeah. Of course. That's usually the exit plan for a lot of people.
Rough life though, man. You like out of country for 6 months and just nuts.
And it's not like the military where you're like, well, we're at peacetime right now. Like not now, but like, in the past, sometimes you'd look at it, you'd be like, well, we're at peace, no real enemies. Let me go on and get this 4 year out of the way. But with those private firms, bro, no, you were in places where the army isn't. And that's why
Yeah,
that's
and
why you exist.
it's extremely random too. So like if you're an infantry soldier, your main purpose is to flank the objective, attack. You have all these like different techniques that you use with your infantry platoon. And I'm not saying that it's easy, because it wasn't, but it was definitely predictable.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing predictable about world conflicts and random events that go throughout the world. You have to be super open and flexible.
Yeah, especially if you're in one of those on call phone rings, gotta go positions. Like,
Yep. Like I was in a unit in Hawaii that was called QRF, quick response force basically, and um, we had an 18-hour window where we had to be on the plane and out. Where like everything, your will signed, everything, yeah, everything prepped for your family, and you're gone. But when we would land, we would do the same thing. We would do we would be running with chainsaws in our hands to cut down doors. Like everybody, like it was, same cookie cutter format every time, but not with Blackwater, not with these contractors, man. They're literally injecting themselves into areas that people do not want them there, and
Hmm.
you can only do so much as a square-jawed white guy to blend into like Colombia.
Yeah, you're CIA, bro. Immediately. CIA, DEA. They'll probably scream it at you as you walk down the street. CIA, DEA.
That's why it was really weird. Like when I was stationed in Egypt, in Sinai, we would go to Israel and we were completely welcome, and we blended in perfect because there's a lot of like lighter skinned Israelis.
Yeah.
But then you go the other way and you go to Alexandria or you go to Cairo, you literally have to have an escort. It's just crazy. You go west or you go east. And so many people tell me that if you're stationed in Sinai and you don't go see the pyramids, you're an idiot. So I went, but they're like, "Oh, by the way, you have a $350 charge. You have to have a chauffeur with you." Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, square-jawed, knuckle-dragging dudes walking in the middle of Cairo doesn't work out too well.
Yeah, we're not just letting you just walk around all willy nilly, bro.
And we
Watch
predicted
that
that. I mean,
guy.
like,
Which
yeah,
guy? The big
usually,
Viking guy. Watch that.
well,
Keep your
if
eye on
you
that
tell an
guy.
infantry, yeah, if you tell an infantryman that he needs an escort, he's like, "What? You just trained me to be a born killer, and then you're telling me I have to have an escort?" And they're like, "We're protecting our investment. It's not about your ego,
Yeah,
buddy."
training wasn't cheap, buddy.
And then when you're always told you're owned by the military, like you're an asset, and it's true, and you know that in your heart. You're not. No one's lying to themselves. But when it's put in that perspective, when okay, well, you can go recreate and you can go and tour, but you're going to be babysat.
It's like being on a sports team. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you have time off, but we need you back at the dorm, by a certain
Yeah,
time because the success of you doing your job is more than just you. You're gonna affect the team. I don't know, man. I know that like Fleet Week and shit like that. When I used to be in New York and I used to see that just looked like fun because you took over the whole city, like the Navy. You know what I mean? Those dudes would come in and like every bar was
yeah.
just military. It's like a massive gang just came down and just took the whole city over. It was pretty cool to watch.
That's it's a conflict. Like we went to Greece. In Greece, certain towns in Greece were like trying to scam army guys and navy guys. But the problem is the mafia is so intense that they own the bars. So, or at least protect them. And they're basically saying, leave these guys alone because if you steal their wallets and you con them, they're not going to be able to come in and drink. So it's weird in a weird way that the
That's
mafia
funny.
is actually protecting you, and then they basically say to any other smaller gangs or whatever, like, we'll retaliate against you if they don't feel welcome.
That's funny. That's what it's like on Miami Beach too. Like a lot of those big hotels and stuff are all sort of mob owned, old like mob money. So there's never been a local gang in Miami Beach that's been able to hold ground ever. Like shit happens, obviously, but it's always people that come from outside because they don't ever let it get like you can't affect tourism. If you affect tourism, you affect us. So they keep all of that shit on the other side of the bridge.
I love that, man, because it keeps the government out of it. I mean, I'm not much of a government. I can't stand government, but the fact that it can police itself like that just is brilliant to me.
Like when we were kids, bro, when we were little knuckleheads, we used to do stupid shit, fighting for no reason and just being loud, bringing attention. Like the older guys that were on the block selling drugs and doing shit they weren't supposed to, they used to run us off the block all the time. Get out of here. Like you're making too much. You know what I mean? Or you're just bringing too much attention. Should have called the cops on their ass. That's what I should have done. Get out of here. Okay. Be here when the cops show up.
Self-policing.
I'm just kidding. I would never.
Do you know what a gray man is?
A who?
A gray man. They're usually like a. They're not really quite an assassin, but they're highly experienced former military or private military contractors just for themselves. They don't work for a company. They tend to work for like a contracting agency, but they're on their
Mr.
own.
Fix It.
Yeah, and they're usually like they're usually obvious to spot unless they're really good at because they're just buff, but they're not overly buff. They're just in a really good shape, you know, flat belly, like everything's squared away. So I just watched this video on Instagram yesterday of this guy that you could see the muscles through his shirt, but he wasn't like, you know, steroid buff. And dude, he looked, you know how they make jokes about like, oh, it looks the usual suspect videos when you see a certain race committing a crime?
Mm-hmm.
Well, dude, this guy went into a arms, like a gun store and put like a 10,000, he was trying to play around and he like trying to make it look like he was like looking at the product. And he jammed this $10,000 scope into his rifle case that he brought into the store. And he totally did not look like someone who would like try to five-finger discount something.
That's why he did it so calmly.
Elaborate. Dude, he looked like somebody that's straight out of a freaking like Tom Clancy movie. And he almost got away with it. And here's the messed up thing about it. It's totally like you're like, there's no way, this guy's too squared away. Look at him. He looks like his whole life was successful. But I don't know why he was doing that. First thing I was thinking is of like a lot of your discussions about, man, we're in a recession and people are they're tight for money and we're, you know, things aren't really going well. And I was like, maybe he's just going through bad times. But dude, he was armed, so he was open carrying, and he walked out. He was getting ready to walk out because I think he figured out that he was like they were onto him. And this puny guy comes up to him and goes, "So what do you got in your gun case?" And like you don't see, there's no audio. This is all watching on the camera. And they grabbed his gun case and reached inside of it, and they pulled out the scope. He grabbed his gun case from the dude and just walked out. And then when he got on the outside camera, he started to double time it. But the point is that he was not the usual suspect. Like it blew my mind because I'm not used to military squared away guys. They're usually always very successful in life. They usually always have like some job, or maybe they're continuing a military career in some fashion, private or not. And it just I had to watch the video over 3 times. I'm like, am I seeing what I'm seeing? It just didn't process. It's not your typical Instagram video where you usually see a bunch of teenagers run into the iPhone store and jerk all of the iPhones off the wall and stuff. But it's the fact that he was armed and he was stealing, and then there was a follow-up description or in the comments saying that he's being charged with armed robbery even though that he didn't show a threat of violence. Video you see.
That's funny. Oh, my food's almost here. I'm not going to be able to eat it till I get back. I have to go to the pharmacy, y'all, and go get these meds, and then go pick up some coffee, and I will be back. We're just hanging out at 65 right now, you know. 2 measured moves above. The stronger move, meaning the move that has a better chance of lasting days instead of just hours, would be coming back to grab some liquidity, but the structure right now looks like it wants to keep going. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go get these meds.
That hoodie with the beer and the bull is pretty hot.
going on, family? My bad, y'all. Y'all were inside my head for a second. No, I was just trying to. Can you hear me now? I'm talking myself into holding this Labubu short. And that's what you guys just witnessed. Was me trying to talk myself into holding a trade that I've been in since. This has been a 2-part short already. Right? I opened this short in September. Let me move this over. Unlock. So, yeah, I remember the day I shorted Labubu. When I came on, I told you I was watching that streamer. And they started paying this girl super chats on Twitch to cut the heads off her Labubu dolls. That's when I came on and I was like, yo, I think Labubu's tapped out. And then took that short, but the Labubu movie came out or was announced. So I got out of that trade because I got shook, which is a good thing because it did give back a lot. But then we retook the short, right? Anyways, my point was my goal has always been this green circle. Right. The problem is we're going to be there pretty quick. And this gap is crazy. So that's the big gap. But we have this support, which is basically this high volume node. And then this support resistance flip right here. Which doesn't seem like a lot to hold on for, but I mean, it literally is 36%, another 49%.
Can I ask where you're shorting this?
This is on HK. This is in Hong Kong market.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Yeah, like they're not a US company. But I mean, it's just honestly, it's already kind of sketch. Just because wish I had a longer chart here. I don't trust that we can go that far without them coming out with something else that catches fire and attention. And that damn movie hasn't come out yet. But like I just said earlier when I was rambling to myself on a muted mic, I don't think the world's in the real sort of like go buy some Labubu sort of mode right now. You know, it seems like everybody's circling the wagons and not really spending more than they need to. But I'm just starting to think about rotations. And like I said, the original purpose of this was just to bubble up money during the bear market for more Bitcoin. But I don't want to cut a trade that looks like it has the potential to do that, because it really does. At this point, I'm about 90% that we get down to like 102, 104, right? To this first SI. But there is way more than a non-zero chance that small SR right there doesn't hold, and that this thing comes all the way back down to 39. Because this whole Labubu thing was irrational. That's why I use the term Labubu target for irrational targets, right? Irrational but possible. But this has to be given back. Like, how much social capital did Pop Mart really create, right? Like, how much more valuable is Pop Mart as a company after the Labubu craze than before is really what we're talking about. Was it all hype, or do they establish themselves at a higher price level because of the possibility or their ability to create hype, which is valuable nowadays? A lot more complicated than just a Labubu short. There's a lot that goes into it. It's funny because it's little dolls.
So can I ask a real boomer question here?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck is that? Is it a rabbit?
It is a little demon. I don't know.
That's exactly it has these little bulges over its eyes.
Yeah.
What the heck?
My best
Creepy
guess.
out.
I mean, if you think about it, though, is it like any crazier than what was it that I mean, all of them,
Cabbage
the
Patch.
Furbies, Cabbage Patch, Treasure Trolls.
Well, Cabbage Patch. Come on, it's not demonic looking. It's
No,
pretty.
Cabbage Patch was pretty benign, but the Treasure Trolls or the Furbies,
Oh gosh.
it looks mischievous, is what it is. It's funny because it looks really close to a character that I draw when I was painting. No, when I was painting, because everybody that paints basically has like a mascot or a character. It's very similar with like the teeth, the little jagged teeth sticking out and the stuff over there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't get it.
I mean, look at
It's
this.
not
Look at
cute and
this thing.
adorable. Oh Lord, no. Uh-uh.
What's not to love? That's too
People
funny.
started burning theirs because they thought they were possessed.
There were definitely signs, right? We were watching this foolishness on the way up. I didn't trade this on the way up, by the way. This is obviously a don't chase scenario. But I was watching it because all things come to an end. The more spectacular, I mean, you 20x from that accumulation. From 2024 to the end of 2025. In 2 years, you 20x your position. Furbies are weird. Furbies had that same sort of vibe to them. Or the other ones from way back in the day. They used to have a show, Fraggle Rock. Gremlins. Yeah, exactly. It's like Gremlins. Some people like the little magwis, and some people preferred like when they got all gremlin-y and weird. It's like a gremlin in a rabbit costume. Or those little weird ass treasure trolls. The money, the social capital, right, is in the FOMO. Like, I always pay attention to things that large groups amount of people all agree on, even if I don't, right? All agree on is something they have to have. Like, there's always money in that if you pay attention. Sometimes it's a private company and there's really nothing you can do, but shit, look at the people that started making clothes. for the what you call it. That chart was already crazy, and people started making outfits for these things, and literally like just selling like real leather, little leather coats, and I'm talking about like big money though, right? Because they were all naked before. They were all like this. Trust me, whenever the planet is all sort of hyper focused on one thing, there's money to be made there. You just got to get creative. Bro, there was a dude that was just making sneakers. He was selling like Jordan replicas of real Jordans, right? For your Labubus at real Jordan prices. Killing it. Like people buying outfits, like matching outfits for their Labubus and shit. It's like that whatever tulip craze, right? Whenever you see people start filling up warehouses with Labubus because they're never gonna go down in value.
I like that sweater you had with the bear in the bowl. Nice one.
Yeah, I love those. Those shits are super comfortable too.
In any trades?
Just the same long since the bottoms. I've just been moving up my stops into comfortable positions. Beanie Babies too, yeah, same sort of deal.
So what's that mean that he is 6
You're breaking up.
panel? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. But you were just, it was like breaking up every other word.
That's weird.
It was doing it to Rick too, but he was in the mountains. He had an excuse.
I'm not in the mountains. But they're saying that DTCC is going live tomorrow morning sometime. In a few hours actually.
And it's gonna be good for all involved.
Yeah, what's that mean? Do they have to like add tokens?
You would assume that they already have full inventory if they're opening, but the run up, right? Some of the run up that we've seen probably had to do with that. Basically, think of it like a store, right? Like you're gonna need change.
Yeah.
You need to facilitate. Let's see how type of volume comes through there is going to be interesting though.
I think the only one that's going live today is Kent Network one. I'm trying to find the article I was reading on X. The shift from experimentation to production is underway. July 5th, day tokenization at scale. That was posted by the DTCC. Wall Street's blockchain pilot begins.
Could we really be moving into a bold new world where utility takes the forefront and memes just get laughed at? Could it be real? Nah. Who are we fooling? Retail's gonna come back and buy memes, bro. Who are we trying to kid?
The DTCC, they have their own platform. And those are X platforms. Listing additional assets and
Real world asset platform, right?
supposedly Canton's a privacy token as well. I like that total supply out.
No, I'm talking about the DTCC. Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation.
Final 1 hour countdown. What time is this going live? Midnight?
People don't understand how huge that is. Like, for real, though.
Okay, so I guess I'm out of the loop. I don't even know what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about BT. What is that? BTCC?
No, so the
No.
DTCC announced the other day that they were going to use XLM and Canton Network for payments. The reason the DTCC is important is because the DTCC is, like I said, the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. What they do is that they basically facilitate all of the buys and sells on Wall Street. So if you use a brokerage to buy like 10 shares of Apple, the DTCC is the one that puts that through electronically, basically, right? They make sure that the money gets where it's going, person's paid, and assets are received. So they're like the clearinghouse.
And they picked XRP? That's interesting.
XLM, and Canton Network for the rails,
Oh,
the
okay.
digital, to handle the payments for the real world assets.
Wow.
And supposedly,
XLM's getting all the love, isn't it?
It's huge. Yeah.
supposedly it's going live tonight or midnight.
So I think what goes live tonight, if I'm not mistaken, is let me make sure. I don't want to go to school. What was that? Because I was just reading it on Twitter.
Canton Network has what, $5.5 billion market cap. Circulating supply 30
But
billion.
the scale of the DTCC is in question, right? Nobody really knows exactly, right? But the rough estimate is 2 to 3 quadrillion
No.
dollars in security transactions a year.
No.
Yeah.
What?
A quadrillion is 1,000 trillion.
Bring it in, baby.
Holy crap.
There's more money than exists. But it's the same way that when you look at your transaction history, you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Wait, I know damn sure I didn't put $3 million into the market in the last month. What are we looking at here? Yeah, so it's a big market. And then you're talking about transactions, right? Microtransactions and payments. That's why I'm saying the stablecoin rails, man. I'm paying attention to the stablecoin rails. It's not about how does each stablecoin, because people are like, well, how does each stablecoin transaction make the value of Solana go up, or make the value of Tron go up, or make the value of XRP or of XLM go up, or Canton? And it's not that. Is that it makes the value of the entire network go up. That with that much money flowing through those rails, that network has to be repriced. Aside from the revenue, obviously the revenue is a big one, but the importance of the network itself is what needs to be reevaluated. Let me see, DTCC, here we go. The shift from experimentation and production is on the way. July 15th, the day tokenization moves closer. So yeah, it's real world asset tokenization. Wow, they're hyping it up too, like hours to go.
Yeah, they are. I think there's less than an hour now. 'Cause I think they were counting down to midnight.
These dudes are all vampires, bro. Spoiler alert. This type of money is only accumulated by vampires. You don't believe me? Look at this guy.
Oh yeah.
We're supposed to believe that green screen behind you, bro. You haven't seen the sunlight in 10,000 years. Fool me once, shame on me.
St. Johnson, dude.
Yeah. Too much
Hey, I
money.
made it over the mountain alive.
Nice.
What's up?
How was it?
I ended up, oh, dude, it's spectacular. So good.
Very cool.
I saw animals. I saw some elk, like ones with antlers, little baby ones, mummers. I saw a couple of marmots on the top of a mountain on one of the I
I've never
saw
seen
a
an elk
young
or a marmot in real life, so you got
oh
me beat.
yeah, dude, and a young moose, like an adolescent moose, hadn't had it, doesn't have his antlers yet. That was really cool. And now I'm just leaving Grand Lake and I'm driving back around the mountain range, like to get back to Denver. But yeah, dude, really cool. It's a good spot.
Very cool.
Good
Yeah, that's
decision.
right, Ghost.
Yeah.
Jack. Crypto down
Hey,
under.
what's up?
How you
Is
doing?
that Philippines Ghost?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, dude? I haven't heard you I haven't been in here in a while.
He's in YouTube chat.
Ah, cool. YouTubes. Man, the speed limits out here are so slow. It's like 40 miles an hour.
Oh, that's true, isn't it?
It's because of the wildlife. Yeah, it's like 35 in some spots. Yeah, it's 40.
Well, you're better off not hitting a moose at full speed for your own
Oh,
benefit.
yeah.
Moose is going to be fine.
Yeah. I'm returning the car tomorrow, and it'd be terrible if I damaged it like only hours out after having it for 15 days through the whole of the West Coast and the Rockies, and I screw it up in the last final hours. Like that would be terrible. That's good. I had like this Harley rider right up behind me. I'm like, well, dude, just go around me. He finally did it. He finally decided it was time.
We're just ranging right now, Jers.
Mm.
Holding the 50. We can look for more up as long as we're above that 50 EMA on the 15, but if we lose that, or basically just lose the bottom of this visible range that we're in, then we're going to sweep. And there's more than enough down there to sweep.
In cycle terminology or cycle mindset, do you think, let's say nothing dramatic, like there's no drama in the markets between now and when the bottom's supposed to be in, right? Do you think there's a chance that we may have seen the lowest price of this bear market?
No, I
You know
don't.
what I mean?
I don't think so.
You think there's more? There's going to be another dip?
Yeah. Just the fact
Well, I
that,
would love
I mean, there's a couple of factors, but I think the main one is that the stock market's still at basically all-time highs. You know, when that thing goes, we're going with it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think
Even
so too.
even if it's true and people are saying they're going to have a contracted bear market over there and AI is not going to allow their bear market to last as long as usual. Blah blah blah. We're already through ours. So all we really need is one capitulation on ES, and we're going to be looking at 40,000. You know, between $40,000 and $50,000 Bitcoin. We hit 57 with nothing, without any help at all from the stock market. Yeah, every time it dips, every time it dips, we dip with it, right? So, but I'll be honest. I mean, as much as I've given my prices, like everybody knows, from 38 to 48 is really what I'm looking at from fair to bull target. But the timing is more important to me than anything. When we get to that last month of September, first week of October, I'm loading up. I don't care if we're still at 60 or if we happen to be at 20. Wherever we happen to be, the time is more important to me than the actual price. In other words, if we hit my target and we're still in August, I'm not exactly going to just, release the Kraken.
My bad. I think I cut out. If you
You're
could
good.
hear me.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, deeps, but it's got to hold that 50 EMA on the 15-minute to have a chance. I honestly would like to come down and sweep psychological low 800 EMA like 63.7, put in some structure, and then build out towards 67. I think that gives us a better opportunity. But we play the chart that we see, not the one we want, right? And the chart we see, we're holding that 50 EMA pretty strong, at least for right now. I mean, we broke that bearish channel, but we've been accepted back into the range. So I think the more important of all the patterns here is just the visible range we're looking at in between those two blue lines. My bad. Yeah. So between those two, basically where we live right now. Let's see if we got what it takes. 2 measured moves above us. The nearest one is 65.1, and then we're looking at 65.4. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I appreciate that, Deeps. I'm bad. I just got back. All right, well, we're just gonna hang out here all night, or hey, Cullen. Oh, the cause. This is an artist cause. These vinyls that he makes. A bit of a little collector bug. There's another one right here. And then the bear bricks are up top. This is my gold baby rattler bear brick. Think Labubu's, but cooler. Because they hold their value. Protect me from rug pulls and honeypots. Shit. Let's go, market maker. Of my desk, at least. But honestly, it's just stuff to fidget with. Anybody else have like a bad like collector bug? I don't. It wouldn't be so bad if it was just one thing. Like I envy people that are like, I love frogs. I just collect anything with frogs on it. It's like, bro, you're the easiest person in the world to shop for. For me, it's all types of shit, bro. Sneakers, cars, bear bricks, chrome hearts. None of that shit is cheap. Envy people that are like, I collect rocks. Like, bro, why couldn't I get that one? You know? Love those people. What? I will get you the best potato masher on the market. What are you even talking about right now? Potato masher is gonna have Wi-Fi connectivity and all types of shit. I can't stand the I don't know. You can just get me anything type person. Help me out here a little bit. Super blue in here and probably just killing myself with all this blue light. Point of control. If it holds point of control, it'll seek out value area high. We still haven't had a daily open retest. Yeah, I mean, we've been threatening to do that for a while, right? Every high or low here has looked like it was going to put in another M, and then on larger time frames, yeah, like on the 30-minute, we have one. Get clearer. Head and shoulders, you said? I would have liked to see it come down more. But no, you just, the M pattern is all you really need. Remember, head and shoulders is more than the tops. The bottoms have to be right too. That's another pet peeve of mine. See people do this on head and shoulders. Like, yep, head and shoulders. And then y'all that have been here the longest, y'all know my main pet peeve. My main pet peeve are these guys. That's just me being a nerd, though. Either way, it doesn't matter if that comes down. You've got the measured move you need. Something else that's been bothering me, and I know it's an optical illusion, but it's bothering me, so now I'm going to force it to bother you guys too. These 4 arrows right here. Perfectly straight? Or is one of them crooked? You know what? That makes it easier like that. That kills the whole optical illusion when you put the box on it. I stared at this thing for half an hour earlier, bro. And my brain just kept bugging me that one of these things were crooked. And I know they're not, because I checked.
The one on the far right, it does look crooked.
That's the one. This is the one that was bugging me. But it's not, look. Look, when I put the line on top, the line's going directly down. Even when I zoom in, it looks crooked. The more I zoom in, the more it looks like it's leaning left.
It's not just you.
I'm telling you, that shit was doing my head in. And look, it immediately goes away when you do this. Hold on. That's straight. Without a doubt, that's straight. Now that it's got a box on it, right? But remove the box, and the shit just goes instantly wobbly again.
Strange.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped everything I was doing just to come be bothered by what I was curious.
Telling you that shit. I was sitting here suffering in silence, staring at it, knowing it was straight. Like, I don't know if anybody noticed how many times I put my arrow on this damn arrow just to check without saying anything, but just like looking at it like, huh?
And then did you start to think other ones were crooked?
That's why I looked at all of them. I was like, wait a minute, like Maybe one of the other ones is crooked, and that's what I'm using as my. I even thought for a second that this vector might be crooked. And I was like, all right, you're doing too much. You got to relax, Dbloc. You're in too deep.
Sorry.
I feel better now, though. Thank you, guys.
Glad to help.
All of you neurotypical people, you've just got a little glimpse into what it's like to have ADHD. A little sprinkle of OCD. You're welcome. You guys are not being good market participants. Bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. Bulls. Bears. Pigs. What makes them pigs? Well, there's a couple things. These guys right here are the most disrespectful in the bunch. Between price and daily open that hasn't retested once. But these guys right here, there's 2 active measured moves from 2 active patterns that have not invalidated. Having your 100x liquidations between price and an active measured move is degenerate as hell. That's piggish behavior. Doesn't mean they always catch a L, but when they do, and it's often, it's a lot. I'm gonna swing at this type 2 just to add a little bit of something, just to have a side trade, because I'm in this current trade already, but bored. Excuse me. I just want to see some volume, that's all. I know this 2FA is supposed to keep us safe and shit, but boy, is that annoying. I'm not going to miss that shit when it's gone. I don't know what's going to replace it, but I know something will eventually. When it does, I will not miss that shit. Mm. Remind me to show you guys something with the weekly RSI as soon as this price action dies down. So I always just reach for my phone now, you know. It makes no sense. You made me 2FA on my phone anyways, and I might as well just make the transaction on my phone. Kind of beautiful on the 1 minute, right? Structure wise, anyways. Very clean price action. W came back for the type 4s. Fractaled into a larger W, came back for the type 4. Fractaled into another W. This was the one little anomaly. But that's just a sweep for liquidity. We're still RAS 3 though. W pattern, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. That's perfect. You know how we have our bear and we have our bull with the crazy eyes. I just realized that we needed a pig. So I told Gemini, I gave Gemini the picture of the bull and the bear. And I told him, make me a pig. How great is that? He had the same crazy eyes as the bull and everything, bro. Nah, white. Pig emojis coming soon. Too large. Nah. Fix it. Yeah, there you go. Pigs. you guys are even not bad. A bigger group than I expected. There you go. Bulls make money. Nah, what? Hit that like and subscribe button. Your favorite TA guy could never. Everything's good. Yeah, everything's good. How you doing? A little boring. Definitely gone through some boring parts of the market recently. Yeah, stream's good. Everybody that's hung around. Trying to keep it lively in here, as you could tell. Mm-mm-mm. How you been? Good? Mm-mm-mm. Dun-dun-dun. Mm. Come on, this is going to be really anticlimactic if the pigs don't get slaughtered, market maker. Like, we're trying to do something here, gang. Nice. Oh, yeah. Nah, yo, you're all right. I guess I should probably ask out front. Is anybody short liquidation inside the pig zone? It's a safe place. We listen, but we don't judge. To be fair, anybody that sniped short would be technically included in that. You know what? That's a fair point. I gotta bring down the pig zone a little bit. I might have been too rough. But yeah, nah. Yeah, I gotta bring the pig zone down a little. Right here. Anybody with their liquidation underneath that swing high. The rest of these guys are bears. A snipe short, you'd be 1 ATR. That makes sense. But being underneath the supply and even more being underneath that daily open is would be considered piggish behavior. I think. These guys are just bears. Oh yeah, there definitely can be pigs on the bull side for sure. Mostly all of them are keeping their liquidations out of this range. I would say these guys right here. You're struggling with point of control, right? If price loses point of control, it'll seek value area low. If your liquidation is above value area low, then you're not respecting range trading, right? You're a poor market participant. Or you're taking unnecessary risk, is really what it is, right? So there's like levels of pigs here. These guys super piggish. I mean, they're inside of the range in between price and a daily open. These guys at least are respecting the top of the range, but they still have their liquidation between daily open and price. And these guys are just disrespecting the supply, right? The top of the range. It's like levels of tarant, right? It's not like just one base level. The bull's trying to eat the 200 EMA. He's like, "Ah, you better stop price." This guy right here, though. This guy right here gets the current title for King Pig. Hold on, I gotta zoom in to see him. Is that the newest one? Yeah. So this guy. That guy took his long right here. Bro, Claude did a great job with that shit. Because these two definitely look like they're related. It's the crazy eyes. All right, let me take this off the screen before new people come in and like, what is this lunatic doing? I didn't even notice, bro. I couldn't get past the eyes. You know that little trade that I took to feel alive because we were just sitting here bullshitting? It is taking its sweet time, bro. Taking a sweet old time. Order book is starting to thin out to the bottom here. Nah, I took them off the screen. It looks like they're actively thinning out the book here. You want price to go down, market maker? I don't know. I've been dropping the camera every once in a while. Whenever I'm going to be in the office for a while. It's hit or miss. Let's see something here. Why for you thin the book, sir? What are you after here? I mean, if you want that psych low, I feel you, but what's confusing me is why not just go for it before? I feel like somebody spooked the market maker here. Is there any news right now by any chance? Let me check Twitter. It's not because I'm expecting anything big. Just the way that the orders are being removed off the market book seems like a defensive move. Market maker will sometimes do this if there's a news event. Get out of the way of any sort of action. $13 ago, 16 ago. That's just worship. Yeah, only we're not still being moved by worship. Market maker's not gonna get shook by some worship. So that's a pretty big explosion. Iranian drones and Syrian airspace. I don't think that's it. Anyways. Whoops. It's hard to play carrot and the stick with someone that's not scared of your stick. Pause. What? What do you mean? Like a visualization or something? Yeah, I'll take a look at it. There's probably going to be some dope BTC visualizations coming out with people having their hands on Fable now. Or the GPT one. Measured move if we break structure takes us to psych low, like we've been saying. 800 EMA, 50% of that vector, unrecovered vector. But we've got to invalidate the possibility of a type 2 here. My stop loss already got hit. Not my big stop loss, the one for the small trade. All right, I'll take a look at it. That's pretty cool. You know what I'm gonna have to do with that, right? Nah, that's pretty cool though. Fire pick. Oh no, it's just a candle. Just a candle with 2 wicks. Yeah, I wonder if this thing is real or if it's just a or if it's just a visualization. I don't know. Either way, I'm gonna make it real if it's not real. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah. RSI. Right. Hold on. Let me find that. Let me find the chart before I spend forever searching through. While you guys look at this. Yeah, let me get the link. The weekly VWAP. Let me find this chart. All right, I'll take a look at it. Let me find this chart first. I wish TradingView would let you rename charts. Make everything so much easier. No, not the layout, but like the chart itself. I'm looking for the damn. That's my fault. It's embarrassing to admit it because it always happens and it's always with the same chart. With the "Are we there yet?" chart. Like literally, if I could just rename it "Are we there yet?" I would never lose it. Is it market maker? It's gotta be market maker. I just sworn it was either momentum or market maker. I could have 1000% showed you on another chart by now, though. I'm just being hard at it. Now I'm struggling just to find a naked chart. man. Target's getting closer. No. All right, whatever. I'll just show you our index. Jesus Christ, can I just get a naked chart? What is all this shit? Oh, that's why there's so much shit here. This was our bottom chart. This is the chart we were paying attention to during the last bear market. So I was I was dating. This is how you know you're old school. If you remember this, you're a triple OG. I was dating this girl, and every time she came over, Bitcoin would drop. And it got so bad that I had to start putting on my chart when she was coming over. Listen, things get a little superstitious at the bottom of the bears, okay? Whatever works, we work it. All right, so yeah, I guess I could use Bybit. I never use Bybit for anything. So RSI is what we want. Let me fix the RSI first. That's not going to work. Give up. Dang. If your favorite TA guy can find the naked Bitcoin chart, is he working hard enough? I don't think so. I'm just going to go to a dead layout. A little bit of macro RSI TA. How the hell is there shit on this chart? Okay, all right, let's do it. Okay. I know what that is, but we don't need it. I wish I was doing this on purpose. It would actually be kind of funny if I was doing this on purpose, but I legit am not. All right, there we go. So RSI on the weekly and the monthly. And let me put on our 4-year cycle. All right, so for our weekly RSI, we know that support and resistance, first of all, on RSI is very important. Support, resistance, diagonals, all of that. So recognizing the support and resistance early is sort of the best way for easy trades. So if you look at our SR here, this was our bull market support for our RSI on the weekly. If you notice, every time we tap down, right, every time we touched down that support and held were the best times to buy back in, right, after taking profit. Held support went, held support went, held support went, broke support, let us know the bull market was over. Retested support, give us the high of the gave us the high of the relief rally when it retested that support. And then recently gave us the high of our current relief rally when it peaked back over for a second, right? But what we haven't talked about a lot is the monthly RSI. Monthly RSI has a asset lifelong support and resistance zone. So what you do is you connect the bottom of this peak to the top of that zone and the bottom of this peak to the bottom of the zone, right? This is just for anybody who wants to follow along. There. All right, so from the bottom of this peak across, wait, what is it? Across the tops, and then the zone. Make sure that that's right. All right, it is. So this works two ways. Let me get rid of these. A very sort of simple way to look at it is get rid of that. Right, a simple way to look at it is every time it touches down, you're at the bottom of the range, right? Touches down, bottom of the range. Touches down, bottom of the range. Touches down, bottom of the range. Right? We have officially gotten into the zone for a split second and then popped out. But I want to show you something. This has to be a little lower. Yeah. So unlike the weekly RSI, you're not looking just for touches, right? This is a macro sort of deal. So what you're looking for, aside from the first one, because the first one sets the actual range. But so what you're looking for is when it comes into the zone and when it leaves the zone. Right? When it enters the zone, we'll make those green. And in a second, I'll readjust the bottom. But for now, let me get this set up. Right? When it enters the zone, when it enters the zone, right? And I guess we can drop one right now where we are because it did enter the zone. But it literally didn't even spend a day there on a monthly RSI. So we'll talk about whether that needs to be counted right now or not. And then we need to track when it leaves. That's where it left the zone. It came back into it, but let's make that another color so it's not all make it yellow. Or are we leaving the zone right there? Can't get it perfect. It's like slightly over. And then this came in, left the zone during the same candle. Now look at price. Every time you enter that zone, you get the big capitulation down, right? Or at least this time we did. And then when you left the zone was your candles that started sort of the movement. Now remember, in this one, we came back into the zone. See it? We came back into the zone. It held the halfway point. And then it peeled out. Enters it on that capitulation. Exits on the first candle out. Right? So the zone that we're interested is this. Right? The space or the time that it spends inside that range of our RSIs. Right. That area right there. Again in 2022. The entry was the capitulation. And then that zone, right? That's that sideways capitulation that we look for. Then we got FTX. and it left as we were leaving the bottom. Right, so it's a pretty good metric on when we get our macro bottom. Right, it's not just a dead line in the sand. It's a process. Now, looking at what we did the other day, on a monthly RSI, this is within the margin of error. Right? The fact that it didn't spend any time down there at all, period. But it does mean that we are going into that range where when we do flush into there, it could be just like it has been every other time. It could be the big final candle that comes in, not the final candle that comes, not the not the black swan that, you know, comes in at the end, but in this case, it was the final move down, and then you had your secondary scare a little bit later. In this case, it was the FTX candle. I mean, sorry, not the FTX candle. In this case, it was the liquidity sweep candle. In this case, it was the FTX candle. Stopped at the FTX candle. This was Luna candle. This was FTX candle. Right. So basically, all of the black swans lived within that box, inside of that box. Just for people who think that, oh, the bull market's gone too far for anything crazy, da da da. Like, now this is typically where it happens. Right. So I would expect the next move down into that range, into that support, to be the one that flushes us into the low 50s. Then as we sit and sort of hang out in that area, that's when we get our sideways. Let's look at it time-based for a second, right? How much time exactly in the past has it taken for that RSI to come in and then leave the range, or price, I should say? And what are we at? 2015. It took 150 days. $92 days in 2018. This one sucked. God, I remember this shit. $183 days. As of right now, we are from the time that that broke, even though, like I said, it could just be a fake out, even though we've never really had it. I'll show you in a second what it compares to, but $130 days, 127 days until the 6th, right? That's well within the margin. But look, what it compares to is this. Go back to the monthly. See what we did in 2022? Came in, popped out, then came to the bottom, then popped out. Again, not saying, and it was deeper, right? Pause. It was a deeper move down into the range than we had, which is why I say that I think this is within the margin of error, honestly. But either way, the time that's left fits. And if we look at what price did during that time, You ready for this one? This was the move down and the pop back out. What month is that? Exactly the same move on exactly the same month during exactly the same part of the cycle. Right? That was the June, July turnover. Exactly what this is, June, July turnover. Right on the July candle. Right on the July candle. Thank you for coming to my RSI TED Talk.
Nice.
There's that type 2. Here's your breakout. Measured move is less than our current measured move, but just so you know. Actually, no, it's in between both measured moves. It takes a smack dab between the two measured moves we already have. The invalidation is down here. July, bullish Julys have been between 60 and like 37%. So I was never expecting that green of a July personally, just because of where we were sitting in the chart. But it is interesting that the high in July has always come at the end. One year it came in August, but the last couple weeks of July seem to be the ones that tend to push. So that still leaves some hope for that rejection off of 70. As long as we don't kill structure. Structure. Yeah, we've got a private Discord. We're almost done with Cypher School, but it's all recorded. Hold on, let me see if I can find something real quick before I forget. And give me 1 second. Let me mute. So you guys don't hear this. I'll blow your ears out. Oh my god, that was loud. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I cannot find this shit. Some of the shit that gets into my head sometimes is hilarious, bro. Like there's this sound clip that I need now, and if I don't get it, I'm gonna forget. Yeah, I know. I know. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was enjoying that Bitcoin run. Hmm. Maybe I just gotta make it. Nice Rottweiler puppies are super cute. Let's get out of this range already. Knock these measured moves out. What do you say, market maker? What do you think? Yeah. Mad dramatic like. That's funny. Well, you haven't gotten up out of your chairs for a while. But a stretch. This shit is funny, but I'm about to make our own version of this. I don't have any shame in my game. I will tell you right now that I'm about to rip this idea and make it so much better. Oh yeah, I can't hear the hold on. The sound effects and shit. Yeah, that's some dramatic little music. But you with me? Like, yo, there needs to be like this can be way better than this. Right? There needs to be support and resistances. There needs to be walls. They need to get over ditches. There needs to be like, come on. You can't half-ass it like this and then get mad when somebody rips your idea. Shit, my bad. Hold on. I forgot the noise is still on. Yeah, it's just like retro, the look of it, right? You can't even play it. That's just Bitcoin price action. The green and the red soldiers were orders in the book, and they were killing each other as well, I'm gonna make it. I get the idea. It was my idea, my opinion, poor execution. But I'm about to fix all that in a second. Things are cool when they look cool, right? But things are even cooler when they look cool and they're useful. I'll credit whoever made it, obviously. Anybody who might have any reservations of me taking this dude's shit and making it better and making it for the family, let me remind you that the guy that made it is the same guy that made the $1 million toilet. He's trying to charge people to put advertising on this toilet. This guy paid $8,000 to advertise on this toilet. This guy paid $1,500. He's trying to get $1 million by selling digital advertising on a digital toilet. So yeah, I think we're good. Hey, I don't knock anybody's hustle, bro. If you can get it, hats off. You know? My hat goes off to you, sir. There's a sucker born every day, I guess, you know? First measured move hit, second measured move, not quite yet. Shazam. Okay. Oh, come on. Don't be a dick. Market maker wouldn't do that, right? There's $14.30. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Oh, I like that, though. I like that. It looks like a vector. I mean, it looks like a stopping volume candle. It is a stopping volume candle, but a little more sauce to it than that. It's what you call a set of railroad tracks. I should not be starting a project of this size at this time. Whoa, whoa, volume. That's exactly what we need for like a sustained run. Keep shorting this thing. I mean, at this point, I'm only looking for like less than 5K per Bitcoin. So I'm not going to shed a tear if this is it. Ghost, I'm working on that visualizer. That should give me so many ideas. Just usually, I always say like this shit is always like a fight to me, anyways, right? It's always like a battle. But I've always like visualized support and resistances or um, like big gaps as like mountains and valleys. You know what I mean? Excuse me, to where the topography on the map actually means something. One team's fighting uphill or downhill to show advantage, that type of thing. It started off as shits and giggles, but right now I want to get that shit so good that a military expert could watch it and trade and not have to know anything about trading. It's late, bro. I blame you. I would give one of the characters in the game a ghost skin. He'll be on the Bulls and the Bears side, and he'll never die. You got a stopping volume candle on the 15. We're trying to see if it invalidates, but that's a strong vector down. So if any candle was to invalidate, it'd be that one. 13 minutes, this candle can't close above the body of basically daily open. But I think it's going to, like I said, on the 5 minute. Some of this takes, you just got to see a bunch of candles, right? But when you're looking on the 15, you're like, well, that's no different than any other stopping volume candle I've ever seen. Right? Why wouldn't that be bearish? That should be an automatic snipe short if this candle closes below. Yes. If that 15 closes below, yeah. But when you go to the 5 minute, it wasn't just a rejection, right? There's a red vector down, which leaves an imbalance to the top side. So that leaves that idea open that they go grab it. But it all comes down to the next couple candles. I would have took the sniper short if I was shorting, but I would have done it at a risk knowing that I don't have validation yet. Excuse me. W sub, appreciate you, Damio. Welcome to the Cypher, bro. You're already gonna start. We know how this works, right? 13 crosses the 50, then you've lost bullish momentum on the 1 minute. Price doesn't matter. You're watching your EMAs. Paper hands are gonna paper hand. You know how that goes. when it comes to ranges, right? I know you're probably tired of hearing me say this, but if the move gets accepted back into the range, then it was a deviation and not a breakout. Right? Deviations return to point of control. If they can't hold point of control, they return to value area low. $15-minute candle is not looking helpful as far as invalidating that stopping volume candle. Your confirmation comes in another 9 minutes, which is why we trade 1550 on the 5. I mean, we look for stopping volume candles on the 5, not on the 15. Just because the invalidation takes so long, right? Or the confirmation. But surfers do, right? This is a snipe for surfers. Nah, nothing crazy going on right now. Just a struggle to leave this damn range for the most part. I'm still counting that second measured move as a miss. I don't care if it's $14 or not. That shit did not hit. Yeah. SFP even. You know, everybody loves these green vectors until it's time to pay for them, right? Yo, social media account blocking is crazy. I wonder if I could sign up for that. Keep me from doom scrolling at 6 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me. Almost at that point of control. As annoying as it is, y'all, this is just basic range trading. Left the range, didn't hold support, got accepted back into the range, seeks out point of control. Can't hold point of control, seeks out value area low. Yeah, that could hold a little more weight. If the next hour is red as well, we get a bearish engulfing on the hourly. And we're at point of control. It doesn't look like it wants to hold here, so I'm looking for a value area low. It looks like more like that SFP like we were talking about, swing failure pattern, failed auction. My bad, Joe. Asia gave us what? We might still be within its 2%. Yeah. What are you talking about? Canton? Yes. Shit hasn't been getting any love lately. Not too many people jumping up and down to have a .eth name right now. You know, I mean, you know, nobody really cares about crypto right now, so. Yeah. And it will. Yeah. It's just got to be cool to have a .eth again, that's all. For that, you need ETH to do something. I'll take it. Yeah. It's been a couple weeks, yeah. He says he's been taking some time off for crypto stuff. At least I think that's what he said. I'm going to take a well-deserved vacation before the bottom of this market. Then back to work. Job's not done. Yes, sir. It's just yesterday. Yep. Made it about 70% through the bear market, and we still haven't convinced everybody. Bro, there are still people convinced that this is not a bear market. This is just a healthy correction. It's a year, so it's 12 months from end to end. Bro, I don't even know what to do at this point. Like, I don't even know if you don't even waste breath on that anymore, I guess, right? time is it? 3. All right, it's 3 o'clock, and there's an hour till I have to reset stream. I'm going to bed as soon as we reset. Gonna be my 1 o'clock. That's asleep. Did not hold point of control, seeks out value area low. Value area, value area low. Yeah, I just looked at it, bro. I sent the I reported it, but it's not gonna matter. They're just gonna switch. But that's classic. Him telling you to turn off your messages is just trying to isolate you from anybody in the group that could tell you that that's a scam. If you would have done what he said, it would have cut off any messages from anybody in the group, right? And then it's basically called siloing, right? It puts you into a silo where it's just you and them now. Next would have come a couple of tips, then probably an offer for copy trading or something like that. They're not very smart, but unfortunately, some people are really desperate, and you know what I mean? The greed sort of clouds the judgment. Yeah. They just want it to be real, you know? Another clear sign is, you know, as much as I love the family, I'm not and can't individually message each person with tips. You know what I mean? I'm gonna set I'm gonna send out a message though, just in case anybody else is getting contacted by the same guy. Thanks for bringing it to my attention, though. It's important to know that they're still active. Well, it's cut down to very infrequent now. But before, it's because we had all the free people in the chat, right? That's why we had to get rid of the friend role. That's why you hear people coming in and they're upset. They're like, "Hey, I can't get in the Discord. I was in here before." But it's too easy for somebody to just come in free and then have access to the new member list, right? Whenever somebody comes in, they just got to look at the list and message a new member. Yo, what's going on, fam? Just chilling. All right, I put out the message for the family. Bro, tell me about it. Unfortunately, that's about where we are right now, going back into that. Once we get down to like mid-50s, I expect another one of those. Our ranges are getting very sticky, right? We're getting like big moves, but then we're sticking in these ranges. I think our next move down to like 52-ish gets us stuck between like 55 and 48. We'll see. All right, top of the range, bottom of the range. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. Already building one, Al. Already building one. Literally mid-build. I saw it, but it pissed me off because it's a great idea, but it was poorly executed. Yeah, I'm like that too, bro. That's why the Cypher Life OS is like that, right? Like the daily to-do list is gamified. Answering my emails is gamified. All the boring shit that gives you no dopamine, you know? You make it fun, then it's doable. Yeah, swing failure pattern.